Test, test, test. 1, 2. Test, test, test. The mics are not working.
1, 2, 3, 4. One, two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Test.
1, 2. Okay, but now you're not muting. Why not? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Test.
said to me that when he leaves, I do everything around. All the fun stuff now. He has one.
His Halloween outfit.
That is his Halloween outfit. Exactly.
Okay, well, we'll call to order the External Affairs Committee. And we're going to start off with the opening preamble. Or maybe we should do the pledge first, huh?
Yes, let's do the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so we'll now read the preamble. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If a member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests, from the public, and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into a microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off by pressing the button on top of them. All right, so went off. Yeah. I was told I was gonna get extra pay for chairing this meeting, but I think I'm losing my extra pay.
Told him to give him 100%. 100% times zero is still zero.
That's an increase in my pay. So in any event, has anyone had a chance to review the minutes? Any corrections or additions? Seeing none, can I have a motion to approve? And a second? Okay, we have a motion and second. Is this all in favor of approving the minutes? Say aye. Anyone opposed? All right, the minutes are approved. So I'd like to ask the chairs of each of the advisory councils to provide updates on activities since the last meeting. So first of all, we have the Business Advisory Council, Chair Valerie McCall.
Good morning, everyone. I think our updates are noted in the minutes, so I will save time and yield it back.
Very good. Item B. Okay. So Community Advisory Council, Rural Advisory Council, and the Emerging Leaders Advisory Council. Members of the chairs are not here, so we'll simply ask you to review the reports that are in your packets. So has anyone signed in to speak today? All right, so we have no speakers, so we'll move on to the next agenda item. And let's start off with whether or not there's an executive director's report.
Just a few items this morning. First of all, we have had a technology update here in the boardroom. So our existing components of the system had reached their useful life, and we took advantage of the end of that useful life to replace them with some upgraded functions. So you will notice that they are louder. People in the back could hear. Want to thank Lindy Burt and the IT folks for all of the work that they did in preparing the upgrade for us. In fact, we've got the technician in the back just making sure everything's working. Also, we have the Commuter Choice Awards Challenge. The Commuter Choice Awards recognizes and rewards employers promoting environmentally friendly commuting options. There is a recognition as a champion of sustainability transportation and, of course, the community impact. They need to register by July 30. And then we have the Walter Ehrenfeld Award for Outstanding Regional Contribution. We are accepting nominations through August 15th. So we are looking for the nominations of regional leaders who demonstrate outstanding leadership and exemplify collaborative and cooperative qualities. We have our annual meeting coming up on October 3rd. So we would like to make sure that is on your calendar, 12 o'clock to 2 o'clock at the Huntington Convention Center. The topic or the theme this year being Northeast Ohio's maritime transportation system. And would like to ask for a moment of silence to acknowledge Jacqueline Muhammad. She was an employee of the sewer district and an alternate for Kyle Dreyfus Wells. She passed away recently, and she was a terrific contributor to this committee, the executive or the External Affairs Committee. She was also a board member filling in for Kyle when Kyle couldn't make it. Wonderful person and really contributed a lot to us. So just wanted to take a moment to recognize her and ask for a moment of silence due to her passing. Okay, thank you. That is my report.
Very good. Okay, so next matter is action items, and I see that there are no action items for today's meeting. So we'll go to the next matter, which is presentations and discussion items. And item A is Government Affairs Report, and the presenter is Bev Bertzloff. And Bev, you're prepared to start your presentation?
I am, sir.
Very good.
Thank you. Good morning to the chair and members of the committee. Bev Bertzloff, I'm Associate Director of Government Affairs. And I will walk you through some recent, what's been going on at the federal and state levels of government and what our advocacy has focused on these last 3 months since your last meeting. No action is requested. This item is for presentation and discussion. And we welcome questions as I go or at the end, so please feel free to speak up. I'll start with federal updates. Can you hear me okay? Sounds like it's echoing.
Yeah, it looks like the technician is going to the controls to fix it.
Okay, this is better? Okay, great. I'm going to start with the federal budget reconciliation legislation. You all probably have heard of it as the big, beautiful bill. That was got final passage on July 3rd by Congress, and the president signed it into law on July 4th. So it's fairly new. It's almost 900 pages. We're still learning more about what all is in that bill, but there are some notable transportation provisions. And as you know, reconciliation is a special kind of legislation that can only deal with certain things related to revenue or expenditures or the debt limit. And it's filibuster proof, which is why they like to use it, because you can get it through the Senate with just a majority vote. So some of the notable transportation provisions in the bill, it does increase spending in some areas, and it does rescind a lot of spending that was previously enacted for transportation. One thing that you may hear is that US DOT got a huge increase in funding. Well, that's true, but all that money goes to the FAA to upgrade the air traffic control system. They got $12.5 billion, and the Coast Guard actually got about $26 billion. So that's where most of the transportation money went that you might hear about. It rescinds some transportation funding that was previously enacted, especially funding from that Inflation Reduction Act. A lot of funding related to climate and equity programs, programs like Neighborhood Access and Equity Discretionary Grant Program, the Low Carbon Transportation Materials Program, Climate Pollution Reduction Grants. It phases out electric vehicle, clean energy tax credits and funding. There's a lot there. That's a short summation, but some of those tax credits may actually impact our region. Some of that was planned for projects that are happening here in Northeast Ohio. So that is something that we are watching. The bill eliminates fines on automakers that violate the corporate average fuel economy standards that have been in place for decades. Legislatively, through reconciliation, they couldn't eliminate the standards, but they could eliminate the fines. So that's what they did. It rescinds funding for NEPA reviews. Those are the environmental reviews that projects must undergo, and it expedites permitting in some cases. One thing that was unchanged, and we're happy about that, when we did some outreach to our delegation based on what we heard from the board. So we're pleased that the municipal bonds tax exempt status remains intact. So that's one bit of good news there. Next, I'll move on to surface transportation reauthorization. For years, we've been talking about the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, the IIJA, also known as the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. And believe it or not, it seems like we just got that, but it expires in about a year, in September of 2026. Congressional hearings are already being held to discuss reauthorization. The House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee specifically asked for input from anybody, communities, MPOs, and we sent a letter to those congressional leaders outlining our priorities, and we also shared that with the Northeast Ohio delegation, with our representatives and our 2 senators. I'll go through what we prioritized. These come straight from our legislative agenda. 1, we support increased direct funding to MPOs to empower local officials like the NOACA board. Shift some discretionary funding from away from grant programs and move it to formula funding to allow MPOs who already know what the priority projects are in the region. We've done that with our long range plan, to allow MPOs to fund those projects that are in their long range plan, so that so many communities don't have to go through the expense and trouble and time of these difficult grant applications. They're difficult to apply for, and to implement if you do win the funding. We advocate for stabilizing the Highway Trust Fund and making sure that we continue to include transit funding in the highway, in the way the Highway Trust Fund dollars are allocated. We ask that they prioritize asset management over expansion, that they prioritize safety, sustainability, and multimodalism, that they continue to prioritize funding for passenger rail, which was started in the IIJA. We'd like to see that continue. We ask that they increase planning funds to meet federal requirements. So no good project can take place without adequate planning. So we would like to see more planning funds allocated to MPOs and states. And we ask that they consider reducing local match for some of the federal transportation programs. The 20% local match that's typically required for these projects can be difficult for a lot of communities in order to access these funds. In terms of funding, again, the IIJA authorized dozens of new grant programs, and we're seeing those notices of funding opportunity when they open a new grant program for funding for application. We're seeing those decline a bit in this administration. They've been a little more scarce than in the past. but they're still issuing some of these, what we call NOFOs or funding opportunities. Safe Streets and Roads for All came out, and we did support a couple projects in our region for Cleveland and Shaker Heights through that program. FTA has continued to open up funding for programs like Bus and Bus Facilities Program. We supported GCRTA's application to replace the Triscuit garage roof. The Low No Emissions Program through FTA, again, we supported a application that GCRTA is part of with a larger organization called NeoRide. We supported the City of Cleveland's application through the Regional Infrastructure Accelerator Program for their shore to core to shore. And we're hearing that the SMART grants, NOFO, will open up in late August. And we continue to administer our IIJA strategy that we developed shortly after the IIJA was enacted. And just a reminder that if you're interested in seeking funding for any of these programs, check out our funding resources webpage. Check that regularly. We update it every week. If there's any updates in terms of programs that are open for funding, there's a link where you can fill out a form to request a letter of support from NOACA. And there's a link to our strategy, which shows which projects are the regional priority for each one of these funding opportunities. Some other recent advocacy, we did, our government affairs team, we worked with the NOACA Economic Development Subcommittee to develop a letter that supports relocating the NASA headquarters to NASA Glenn here in Northeast Ohio. And we got that letter to all the members of our congressional delegation. This is consistent with a resolution that the board passed in March. And now we're hearing new concerns about proposed job cuts at NASA, which may also affect our workforce here in Northeast Ohio. So that's something else that we're following closely and may weigh in on at some point with other local leaders. And then just to mention some other federal initiatives that you may or may not have heard about, like USDOT has announced something called their Safe Roads Initiative. They're asking state DOTs and MPOs to work together to target unsafe arterial segments or intersections for action. There have been some NEPA updates. That's the in terms of environmental reviews for our the National Environmental Protection Act for transportation projects. They're trying to expedite road and bridge projects and reduce regulatory delays. They are announcing things like the one-stop shop for reviews, simplified exclusion rules for low-impact projects that don't have to complete these lengthy analyses, and some mandatory timelines and page limits for the environmental impact statements or environmental assessments. The FTA is advancing some deregulation initiatives as well for transit programs and projects. We're seeing a real de-emphasis on bike infrastructure. And they've been very clear about that. They're not interested in funding projects that call out bike infrastructure. So something to keep in mind. The TIFIA program is being updated. I'm not sure if well, you probably are all aware of TIFIA. And it, what I think the administration is doing here is trying to award less grants and advise entities to move toward loans. So they're basically loosening restrictions on how much entities can apply for in terms of TIFIA loans. So, and just the other day, Secretary Duffy did release a letter informing all entities that receive transportation funding that they will not be held to any climate, EJ, DEI provisions that may have been in previous contracts for federal funding and projects. So I'll move on to the state. When you last met in March, we had just seen the legislature wrap up the transportation budget, or no, in April you met. So yeah, so you had just seen the legislature wrap up the transportation budget. Well, 3 months later now, we've seen the legislature wrap up their biennial operating budget. Those two budgets are both passed every other year in odd numbered years. And so we've just completed both rounds of budget legislation. NOACA, in terms of the operating budget, we really focused our energy in two areas, passenger rail and brownfields. Passenger rail, we had tried to get provisions in the transportation budget. We and lots of other organizations and MPOs all around the state. And unfortunately, the legislature did not include anything for passenger rail in the transportation budget. So we went at it again with the operating budget. And the groups came together and we supported authorizing membership into the Midwest Interstate Passenger Rail Compact with very minimal dues required to be part of that organization, $25,000 a year. And we advocated that they include provisions to retain the passenger rail seat on the Ohio Rail Development Commission. So that was one part of our advocacy. On brownfields, we supported House language over the Senate language, and that's because the House language gave a lot more flexibility as to who could get brownfields grants through the Department of Development and how those could be used and what kinds of projects they could be used for. So it allowed grants to go to local governments, nonprofits, land banks. And we wanted to retain the funding level at $250 million over the 2 years of the biennium. So what did the General Assembly actually adopt? Well, they did keep transit funding level at $37 million a year from the operating budget. But unfortunately, there was no support, once again, for passenger rail. They just did not show any interest in including any language that would show Ohio's interest in expanding passenger rail. On brownfields, we were a little happier because they did retain the flexibility that we were looking for with the brownfields program. Although they did reduce the funding a bit to $200 million over the 2 years. They did restrict the use of eminent domain for recreational trails. That's been a concern of a lot of organizations, local governments. They reduced funding for the governor's H2O program to clean up Lake Erie, and they included some restrictions on conservation easements and purchases related to the H2O program. They revoked something called the air nuisance rule that allows members of the public to sue over air quality issues in their communities. If a particular factory or power plant was, they believed, exceeding allowed emissions, an individual could sue. They revoked that. They did expand the driver's ed requirement. So currently, if you want to get your driver's license before the age of 18, you have to take driver's ed course. They've now moved that up to 21. So anyone 21 or under trying to get their driver's license has to take an approved driver's ed course. So that's a bit of a win. The governor had wanted to see that in high schools, but they didn't go along with that idea. So it's still through private driver's ed schools, but it does mean more people will get formal driver's ed training, which may improve safety on our roadways. Now, the governor has the line item veto power in Ohio. He did line item veto 67 items. Keep in mind, the General Assembly can vote to overturn those with 3/5 votes over the next year and a half. So he did line item veto the restriction on using eminent domain for trails. So I think a lot of communities were pleased with that. And he line item vetoed this issue of restricting conservation easements and purchase restrictions related to the H2O program. And we hear that the legislature is planning to come back in to overturn some of the vetoes, but I think they're really focused on some of the property tax issues. So hopefully these two will not be impacted but they have a year and a half, so you never know. Just wanted to touch again on the speed limit initiative that NOAC has been involved in. Numerous studies continue to show that speed is an important part of the larger safe systems approach for increasing safety on our roadways. It's not the whole solution, but it's part of a solution combined with things like infrastructure, countermeasures, and enforcement. Transportation safety remains a major concern. I keep seeing more and more data, statistics coming out that are very concerning. The Insurance Institute for Highway Safety just testified on June 26, crash deaths in the US are up 30% since 2014. And the Governor's Highway Safety Association, they just stated that pedestrian deaths are increasing at a much faster rate than other highway deaths. There's been an 80% increase between 2009 and 2023. That's pretty incredible. So we continue to work on safety initiatives. It's a big priority here right now at NOAC. If you're on the policy committee, and you'll be attending that meeting later this morning, you'll hear a presentation on a new program that we've developed for the Transportation for Safer Communities initiative. And that's an exciting new program that's just being developed that will provide funding for some safety projects for our communities here in the NOACA region. And that came in part from our safety summit that we held in December. Some of you may have attended. So we're very excited about that. But we continue on the legislative side, we continue to work with a group called Ohioans for Safe Streets. We're developing legislative proposals that will provide greater local control and context-based flexibility around speed limits in communities. There are continuing discussions going on with members of the Ohio legislature, ODOT, local elected officials, and other interested parties. There's going to be what's so-called interested parties meeting coming soon at the State House, and we hope to see a bill introduction hopefully before your next meeting in 3 months. And at that point, once we have legislative language and a solid analysis, we will be looking to get more support here at NOACA from our councils like business, community, and rural advisory councils, and then from this committee, and then hopefully from the board. Those proposals, they're still under construction, so I don't, they're certainly subject to some change. But one idea is to allow municipalities to pursue multiple speed limit studies for multiple corridors simultaneously. Right now, if you want to reduce the speed limit on a state through highway, through a municipality, you have to do an expensive safety study, and then ODOT has to review that. And it's time consuming and it's expensive, and you have to do it for each segment. So one idea is to allow municipalities to do these, to group them together into a package of, and do one study. It would save ODOT time and money. It would save communities time and money. That's one idea. Another proposal would be to really give municipalities more flexibility without having to do one of these studies, to reduce speed limits from 35 down to 25 on a state highway based on some contextual requirements, so they would have to show that the roadway does have maybe higher crash rates, that it does have schools and parks and libraries and churches and multifamily housing, things like that, bus lanes, bus stops. So those kinds of things could be used that would allow a community in the ORC to make a determination that 35 is too high. It would also reduce some default speed limits on roadways in unincorporated but urbanized areas under the census definition. So down from 55 to 45, and this would impact some of these places where you're driving and the speed limit's changing frequently because you're going in and out of a township, and it can be confusing, and people are going 55 1 minute and then it's 35 and then it's 45, and so that might be able to sort of iron out some of those speed limit changes. So The proposals address those concerns. The requirement that through highways be automatically signed at 35 miles per hour, that Swiss cheese problem where streets change speed limits many times as they weave in and out of jurisdictions, the high administrative costs for localities, for all of your communities, and ODOT of conducting individual speed studies, and the speed trap issue. It would require, the proposals we're talking about would require localities from following rules that would prevent bad faith revenue, speed traps, and require adequate notice and signage in the communities. So that's all I have. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next presentation.
Thank you.
That's going to be the Public Affairs Report by Danielle Render. So Danielle, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and to the committee members. I'm happy to report on our Public Affairs Report. So there's no action requested. This is for information only. And the Public Affairs Report that I'll be highlighting today is from our fiscal year 2025, and it highlights the efforts related to our public engagement, communication marketing, and our information dissemination that really aligns with the work that we do in our vision statement. So when we talk about public affairs, our NOACA Public Affairs Division functions as the conveyor of information, our contacts, our insights to all of our external and internal audiences. We are always looking to aim to enhancing the understanding of the agency. So everything we do is really about public awareness and engagements with our stakeholders and building partners. And it's also, we're always actively seeking to elevate our presence and mission by connecting our priorities to the region with defined focus areas. So when we talk about the focus areas, the External Affairs Committee approved priorities for fiscal year 2025, and some are listed here. And we concentrated on the advocacy and marketing of our projects and programs, especially those that are federally required, such as our OWP, our TIP program, our long-range plan, and creating structures to build those messaging platforms to our communities. We're also looking to build partnerships through outreach efforts through our community affairs functions, as well as our speakers forums, all again to build awareness about the priority projects and the work that we do. So when we talk about our public affairs strategies, we're always talking about defining the narrative. And a lot of this is coming from the fact that NOACA is this giant agency that no one knows about sometimes. We have much community impact, but they're not connecting the work that we do with our name. And so we're always looking to define the narrative and building our brand, target strategic influencers as yourself, and looking at advocacy relationships and cultivating them. And so as we do that, we're also collecting our data and formally looking at that, because sometimes what we put out, we have to learn from that. And we want to make sure that when we communicate with our constituents, that, whether it's traditional or non-traditional, that we're looking at how are we directly marketing to focus groups and developing what we call a field effort. And that is through our community affairs and outreach. So one of the things I wanted to open up that we do every 3 years have a Federal Highway Administration certification review. And so public affairs work throughout the agency. We had commendations on that based on the public engagement and outreach efforts and the types of communications and marketing tools. And during the review, it was stated that the uniqueness of our methods and approaches is not typically seen in other government agencies. So a lot of the work that I'll be highlighting today talks a little bit about some of the non-traditional types of approaches that we accomplish. So one, to talk about the accomplishments and results, I'm going to concentrate on a couple. And our website, because of the type of engagement and work that we did, was up by 203%, which means we have unique users, organic users that are coming to our site. And those are just going to the pages and they're reacting. They're taking actions with some of the work that we do. Our social media is up by 108%. We more than doubled the postings that we had. And then I want to talk a little bit about some of the advertisements. So you could see so we have website, LinkedIn, our social media, Facebook and Twitter, our digital platforms, our billboards, radio, and television. Those are really part of that advertisement that I'll be talking about. And there's a formula that has the um, rate of investment for marketing investments. So the percentage is about a 6.6%, and we had over 19 million impressions. This is big for us. It's big for us because we did a lot of work that was non-traditional. We had some paid advertisement, and our investment was $108,000. And we were able to meet 110 plus for a return on investment. So how this happened, I'm really going to talk about that brand awareness and identity and the new logo that we created. We're trying to bridge community responses to recognizing and identifying who we are, not just through the logo, but just from the cohesive type messaging that we have with the logo in the background. We're trying to create the identity that when people see us, we're not Coca-Cola, we're not other agencies, but I do believe that you're going to see that circle, you're going to see that icon and emblem, and you're going to know that that's NOACA, regardless of seeing the name. And so we're looking at how do we bridge that and that brand across everything that we do. This is a slide from our annual meeting, and you just start to see from the colors and the identity and the logo that it has a certain stature that we're trying to create. And throughout our brand promotions, that is always going to be in the background of the work that we do. But we also, in order to do that, need campaign marketing drivers. And so we did successfully with our social media where we built videos in our digital platforms. There's always a cohesive messages across them. And when I say cohesive messages, on every platform that we have, we are driving messages on certain particular campaigns, projects, and programs. We are putting that message on every last platform. And sometimes it may be delivered a little differently because of the audience, but it helps out with that identity. And I mentioned that we had several public outreach projects that are federally required for us to do, but we had opportunities to build upon that. We have the long-range plan updates, the comprehensive climate action planning, our transportation improvement project, our TIP, our OWP. We had Go Carbon Free challenges and transportation safety campaigns. We had lots of work that we did that we put out on our projects, but these were sort of staple that we were able to create and build platforms for to get our messages out. We had branded collateral material as well as an interactive kiosk that was part of a traveling display at public libraries. We built an external affairs forum that was a priority for the External Affairs Committee, radio ads, and billboards. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the evergreen process of that. But radio ads for our program, and that's project related. Our websites, we had tools for engagement that coexisted with the website of getting information out, as well as our marketing assets once we are in the public. We have pull-up banners. We have what we call our Connecting the Dots campaign that really takes you on a journey and storytelling about NOACA and what we do. And they were all part of promotional message branding. So when we talk about the evergreen marketing refers to that long-term marketing strategies that's focused on creating content and campaigns that remain relevant and effective over an extended period of time. It's sort of like an evergreen tree that stays green and vibrant regardless of the season. It's our message that is repeated, it's reusable content, so people will be more familiar with us. So our goal was to have a consistent brand image, continuous engagement, and again, just building and leveraging our name and what we do. We also wanted to enhance our authority and credibility as transportation and environmental planning. So a lot of our information in the background is always still bringing that public awareness about who we are and what we do. And we want it to be cost effective and look at that return on investment on those small investments that we're doing that were very intentional. So we didn't have just one budget that said that it was going to be advertising and for public engagement. We built upon incrementally and very intentional on what we wanted to do, and that's how we kept the costs down. And we also look at what we call our SEO, or our search engine optimization benefits. So in the back end of our website or everything that we put out, we always had keywords to improve our visibility and attract organic traffic online on our website. So all of it is what we call is return on marketing investment. So we're building the trust and value and impact. And we did a lot of work from marketing campaign management, marketing investments, as well as automation, always implementing that evergreen marketing strategy to establish a lasting and valuable connection with our audience. So some of the work that we did that I mentioned with the paid advertisement, we work with the Lamar Company and Outfront Media for billboards. We work with Odyssey Radio, television stations as WKYC and WJW, and publication ads with Crane's Cleveland Business. And we reported before and previously about some of the billboards that we had. We had one where we have the logo campaign where in 2023, we had over 1 million impressions in 5 months. We did it again in 2024 with building on that with 12 billboards with 1.3 million plus impressions. And we have 5 sets of messages each month. And so as those messages kept appearing, we were looking at our platforms. We looked at our website. We looked at our social media. Where are we driving this information to see if there's increase? And so that's part of the conversion. So based on those audience conversions for this last safety campaign, we had over 1.9 million impressions. So we're very proud of that. We've increased our visitors on that safety pages on our website by 23.4%. We had over 1,100 visitors and over 6,000 unique visitors and organic traffic on our website. And there was a question before we kind of show that we have this billboard. So I did want to relate that there's no significant links to accidents. We did some research with the Outdoor Advertising Association of America and Virginia Tech Transportation Institute and looked, and we have found no evidence that conventional or digital billboards cause accidents. The typical time for an ad is displayed before rotating to the next one, which we call the image duration, is usually 5 to 8 seconds. And this particular billboard was 4 to 5 seconds. So we also had TV ads and segment spots. We've reported before, but not in particular data. The 2024 Paris Olympics, that was probably our biggest gain. With the Paris Olympics, they had 19.5 million viewers, not because of NOACA, but NOACA play a part locally. We did have 5 Paris Challenge Olympic Zone features that was rated #1 at 7:30 p.m. and we sponsored that. Overall, we had a unique visitors on our site as close to 11,000 visitors that were reported and over 3.3 million impressions. And I'm going to give you a glimpse of one of those Olympic Zone features. So I'm going to show you all of it, but give you an idea. And prior to the Olympic Zone segment, they would show our video. We had two championing of sustainability videos, and it was covered and shown 381 times throughout the multiple feeds that were part of our advertisement promotions. We had an additional 572,000 impressions because the Olympics was also on NBC live stream, Peacock, and even the VCR views. So we were able to see how we compared, and we had additional impressions even from that. And you could see a little glimpse of what's on their website. And so every feature, every time they feature a story, they actually showed our video. So we were constantly being seen, our name was being seen. And these are 30-second commercials, and this is one of two. So the second video really showed all the counties and a glimpse of what type of work and how we're connected. So we had other campaigns that were featured, where helped us get those impressions and those target audience reach. The Go Carbon Free Challenges were one. In October 2024, we had our Lake Erie Challenge. And here are some of the features that they had. We were featured as a sponsor with the project itself, with the challenge, as well as an introduction to what they call the On the Go spot, sponsored by NOACA. So we're very fortunate with our sponsors in GCRTA, Bike Cleveland, and University Circle were part of the work that we were doing with the challenge. It's kind of low, but in the beginning, it talked about On the Go with NOACA. And it's related to the different types of projects that we have funded that is relatable to the work that NOACA does. And we had another campaign with two spots from WJW and WKYC. And collectively, we had impressions that were over 5 million for our NOACA Loves Transit Challenge. We've reached over 109,000 audience, and as far as 3,100 engagement and over 2,600 website hits. We purchased 99, but we had actually 101 spots that were aired. So this is one of the most successful campaigns, a cohesive messaging that we were able to deliver. Some more campaigns. Again, we had over 2,600 impressions and engagements to 2,600 households of viewing audiences for another campaign, Go Carbon Free, in May. And here's another ad. And then our radio ads. So we had some for the Northeast Ohio Loves Transit, our Go Carbon Free Challenge, and then some evergreen type messages that were out. And so with these, there were 308 commercials. So we had 15-second traffic sponsorships. We had 5 seconds billboards and 30 seconds influencers. So the announcer may mention NOACA and what this is about and direct them where to go. And so because of that, we had 558,000 plus impressions. And that was also a 32% peak with new followers, engagement, unique visitors on our website. And then those direct transactional on increase of those who are participating in the challenge, which is what we wanted to happen. So I'm just going to go through some of the other work that we've done, our air quality education and outreach and planning. Again, public awareness and telling the stories of the work that we do. We've done quite a bit, but this is part of Air Quality Awareness Week. So you can see some of the types of messagings that were posted on all of our platforms, as well as our air quality advisories and some tips for better air quality. And we also promoted our Commuter Choice Awards. And we'll talk a little bit about that because we're in that new campaign right now. But some of the messages here were about van pull and how to start your company to recognize for sustainable commutes. And with those challenges, we had weekly winners. And so we awarded them with sponsored bus passes by GCRTA or Lake Tran and other types of gift cards and a swag bag with a lot of our logos and information about NOACA that were in those bags. We also introduced no idling campaign tools. So we have window clings and signage that turn off your engine and don't idle, breathe easier, that are in also Spanish. Our transportation planning, a lot of the messages that we concentrated on was transportation safety. So distracted driving and emergency supply checklists and those types of messages that resonate with residents with the work that we do. You know, how do we impact them and how do we connect them to their everyday lives was the focus. And of course, our public involvement and outreach. I mentioned earlier that this was the fiscal year where we had a lot of work to do as far as federal requirements with the OWP, the TIP program, as well as the updated with the long range plan. And we've also, and we're still in the work with the comprehensive climate action plan. But we use our websites, our interactive kiosks, lots of postcards and collateral materials as part of our distributions throughout the region, our social media, our digital platforms, surveys, and even open houses to really talk and discuss the work that we do face to face with our residents, and then media releases and alerts. We also had 2 forums, one in April and June of this year. We had over 282 attendees and uploaded views. Our last was Transportation for All, Mobility Options in Northeast Ohio, and how land use patterns, transportation infrastructure supports economic growth. And it was really great to see that we had folks who were at our first one actually also register and came to the second. So we're building some trust and audiences that are still connected to the work that we do. And I mentioned our traveling kiosks. We had 2 rounds of engagement for our transportation improvement program, as well as our updated long-range plan. And we had a total of 31 public library sites. We had 2 interactive kiosks there for 1.5 to 2 weeks. And there's touchscreen links and QRCs where they could go and click and download and actually take a survey and learn more about how to give public comments. We also have a crowd gauging platform called Mind Mixer. And so that cohesive message that was posted on Mind Mixer were actually on our social media and on those interactive kiosks. So it still travels with that same brand identity and talking points. So there were 5 different questions. And so the focus on here was transportation planning. It could have been economic development. It could have been environmental conservation. There was just information that was cohesive across the platforms to build audience participation. So what's coming up right now? It was mentioned earlier about the Clean Air Challenge, the Commuter Choice Awards. So we do have an ad that will be posted next week from WKYC, and then we do have current ads in Cranes Cleveland Business about joining the movement and for companies to register for the Commuter Choice Awards. And then lastly, another upcoming event is that we would be partnering with Cleveland Monsters and the Cleveland Charge. So this is a great opportunity to broaden our audience, brand visibility, and public awareness messaging. The Cleveland Monsters is first in their league, I've been told, with overall attendance with an average of 11,000 per game. They have over 181,000 social media followers, and they have 169,000 pages per view. The Cleveland Charge has an average of 3,400 per game, but overall 81,000. And they too have a massive social media following. So we're excited about this. At every home game, you will see a sponsor ad or video of NOACA. We have one sustainability night that would be at a Monsters game, and then at a Monsters game as well as the Cleveland Charge game, we'll have a community social zone area where we can interact with the public and talk more about NOACA. So those are just highlights. We've done quite a bit from an operational as well as program related to get messages out about NOACA, but I really wanted to concentrate on some of the non-traditional ways that we have approached public engagement and public awareness of the work that we do. Thank you.
Okay, does anyone have any questions or comments? Yes, sir.
How much money do we spend on that program?
It's 108,000 collectively for 8 campaigns.
For the year?
So it was a 400% return on investment. If we were accepting funds for those things of transactional from a return on marketing investment, it would have been over 29,000%.
And then the goal of the engagement is?
I'm sorry, I can't hear
The
you.
goal of?
The goal of the engagement? The goals for all of them, for the challenges, the transaction is getting people to participate. So we did see an uptick of or those who are participating in a challenge. But overall, and I talked a little about the evergreen, we're really trying to build the brand awareness of NOACA and the community impact. So we're trying to get them to see and participate in the work that we do that is cause-driven, what we're doing in your communities. Many people don't know about NOACA. We're not tied into in our name once funds are disseminated at times. It's usually the stakeholders. It's usually those who do business with us. So our goal is to reach out, broaden our audience so they could see the bigger community impact of what NOACA does.
If I might add to that. Oops. Okay. We have a new system. It's a work in progress. Yeah. I'm going to.
Sure. I just wanted to take a second and actually commend NOACA. I'm about to make a RTA reference, but,
We'll commend,
no,
we'll commend RTA too.
NOACA, because I remember a time when we would sit around here and talk about how we didn't have any marketing and we didn't have any impressions. And so to see the numbers and the stats and the different things that's going on, I do want to say kudos to you for that. I think there's some opportunities to expand it, especially looking at trying to touch the communities, utilizing the kiosks that the city of Cleveland has throughout almost every neighborhood. I think that would be a good location. And then I would encourage us to figure out some kind of way to engage our transit agencies. That's my RTA reference. I mean, they do ads and they're always looking for positive messaging on the ads. And so whether it's RTA or Lake Tran, I just think there's an opportunity to expand that just a little bit. But I do want to say I had an opportunity to chair the External Affairs Committee. It was well attended, the webinar. There was a lot of questions. I don't think we got to all of them, but I will tell you, more people are paying attention to the neighborhood projects that we talked about. And I think that came out in that session as well. So if you haven't seen it, I recommend you go watch it. But besides that, I would just commend NOACA to keep it up. I think you're doing a really, really great job. And branding and all this stuff sounds easy, but it's hard. And it's hard to make a hit where you have no, it's like dropping something in a bucket and it just keeps going and going. So I would encourage you to really keep it up. I would encourage you to explore the budget. I mean, this was really a drop in the bucket for what you paid versus what you got, in addition to the impressions. So I'd push a little bit more to see that go up a little bit.
Great, yeah, thank you. Again, leaning back on the example of the household travel survey, if you recall, we couldn't get the minimum amount needed for a representative sample based on the number of surveys that went out the first time. We had to end up delaying the project and sending it out a second time to get responses. And that actually cost us more money. So I think the opportunities for getting people to know us pay off financially in the end as well.
Yes, sir. I think encouraging participation on, the meetings is very helpful. Sometimes I think you could propose the terminal tower and 4 people will show at a public meeting. But it's okay if people don't know, NOACA partly funded, an improvement on a transportation project, and that our stakeholders, the cities and the county and et cetera, are highlighted as part of those projects. But participating in meetings, encouraging people to participate, that's good.
Recognize that outreach to constituents to gather information and absolutely project information about the organization is important for any organization. Is there mostly a question or a comment based on feedback? Certain forums don't have feedback, obviously a billboard, but when it comes to social media, comments turned on, is there a gathering of positive, negative? I'm sorry. Is there a positive and negative feedback gathering of certain engagements, like social media? Obviously, if there's feedback turned on, comments turned on, which can be dangerous, I agree. Billboards don't have it, but I just wondered if there was a count, positive, negative, interesting.
I think that what's positive for us is the click. And so if we get the click, which was 1.7 million, then there was peaking interest. So once we have your interest, then are you going to make action to that? Are you going to share? Like, what is the engagement? So we do on a regular basis. We post daily and we have some negative comments from folks all the time. We expect it, but we also build partners. We have built a base where there are organic traffic that's coming to our website. And that's important because those are new. Those are people who are unfamiliar with us. And so what happens to those conversions, we look on those websites and platforms with that cohesive message. Are we getting the message out? Are people responding? What is it translating to? What is the conversion of audience? And that is the success rate that I was talking about. And that's why I wanted to concentrate on it. But I'm glad you said that. We do have negative comments, but I think that the work that we do and those who are now participating and coming back to our forums, participating with our challenges and calling, our some of the media and some even with the Cleveland Charge and Monster, they came to us. People are saying they're seeing our billboards, they're asking who we are. I have many calls where people say, I just heard NOACA on the radio. What's NOACA? And I have to sit and talk to NOACA. And it's a little bit too much, but if this is how we have to initially engage our audience to learn more and to tell them where to go, that's success for us.
Yes.
So thank you for the information. It was really nice to see some of the digital marketing that's going on. That's always a help. Just curious if there has been conversations ongoing about kind of stratifying the marketing effort by generation. Because we all know that that's usually the way to kind of get into new markets, untapped, so on and so forth. And you only have so many people in NOACA. You don't have thousands of individuals. So just curious as to what your thoughts are on how to bridge that gap, whether it's the elderly, ADA community, maybe, new professionals. And then to piggyback on that, have you considered going out into the colleges? Because NOACA largely is a planning organization. And if you don't have brand recognition in the educational sectors, then you lose out immediately. So what's your thoughts on that as well?
Thank you for the question. And I think it's great. That's one of the things that we do look at the trends and the demographics behind all of the work we do. Digitally, when we're using those platforms, it's easy to convey and to see. And so that's where we would go and start looking at those intentional marketing strategies. We have little dollars, but what can we do to get the largest bang for our buck? We have with our long-range plan and our TIP program and even our comprehensive climate action plan, we have looked at the demographics and we have looked at how to distribute information and how to get it across. From an educational, we have held almost all of our meetings at educational institutions. And so that's one. And the types of messaging that we would put out, even from collateral materials, would reflect the audience that we're targeting. So those are some that we have done. But in fiscal year 2026, we are looking at how do we start defining some of the data that we have and where do we go with it. Our next ventures are being face-to-face in communities. If you are putting this information out and people are seeing NOACA's and NOACA's name, it is our responsibility, not just from a digital platform, that's bridging public awareness, but being with those communities and being where they are. So I appreciate you saying that. So that is where our strategies are going into next year, is to leveraging our name and going into communities to connect the work that we do.
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciated the update and I agree, seeing some of the digital ads is interesting. I think it would be very helpful in the external affairs updates to kind of break out the different audiences for NOACA. I've heard a lot about like the public audience, and I really appreciate that example about the household travel survey and how specific that is. But there was a lot in this update, and I would love to see, NOACA has a lot of different audiences and engaging those audiences, and how this strategy meets the different audiences that NOACA has.
I would love to do that. And we have a data pages of what we've collected. And I think that you could kind of see where the demographics lie in and what type of, if we know on social media that we're talking about challenges, then we know that it's more of a certain age bracket that may do it. If we're talking about transit, that could be some other leverage that's there. If we're talking about volunteers for our bike counts, we understand what that looks like. So we'll be happy to share. And as we start planning those other marketing strategies, we could show how it coexists.
Sorry, one quick thing, I'll be fast. Just to piggyback on that for a moment, it might be something to think about for NOACA to also show, not just the board, but the community, is the outcome after the funds are delivered to projects? Because I know that at this table, we usually go through, okay, what's going to be funded, where the money going, but it stops there. Generally, we talk about the data as well as far as safety and accidents and all of the kind of tertiary stuff that we have to go through, but it becomes a check the box. And I think the heart behind the data, so to speak, is the part that can be missing when we really focus in on the black and white of the numbers all the time. And that may be the connectivity. I'm not a marketing person, but that may be what resonates with people more, to be able to understand why NOACA functions, how it does, and what the mission is behind the dollars that are given. Because quite frankly, NOACA almost functions like a bank, right? And how sexy is a bank ad? It only can go so far. But when you talk about the heart of the community and what benefits are occurring, but for NOACA and their funding for whatever fill in the blank item it is, that could be a really good hook to get people to listen and engage, so that they start to see NOACA as a different sort of agency and look at it more community minded, which is I think what you're getting to in a lot of those programs, and kind of get away from just the numbers of kind of the money giving. So just a thought for future.
I appreciate it. It's the community impact of the work.
Yes.
Do we track the participation in the challenges? So a number of those ads were for the GoHio Commute Challenges. What does participation look like in one of those, and what do the numbers look like year to year?
Right. And I don't have that in front of me, but those are things that we do track and that we could provide.
Anyone else?
Danielle, I just want to remind everyone that we did bring some examples of the billboards around safety. So we did have a very important safety campaign, and we will continue to do that. We're exploring now how to reach more people, and we focused on speed and how speed increases crashes and fatalities. We'll be looking at other aspects of safety as well.
Okay.
So I'll just conclude with, I like the idea of when we do a project that we provide some data as to the benefit to the community. Because I know in Lorraine, we put in some bike lanes on West Erie Avenue. And when they first went in, all I received was complaints, how stupid it was, and nobody's going to use them, and so on and so forth. Well, during budget talks, I had the clerk of courts come in and I said, how are we doing as far as collecting fines? And he says, well, those damn bike lanes, our fines on West Erie are much lower. And it's because people get behind somebody who's going 35 miles an hour. They have to go 35 miles per hour. They can't go into the other lane and speed by. So, we need to get those messages out to the public that when we spend this money, to get more people out there on bicycles and more people walking and so forth, that there really is a benefit to the community, and we do reduce traffic fatalities and accidents and things like that. So I thought that was a really good idea, and maybe something that you can incorporate into some of the campaigns that you're doing for individual communities to show the benefit that that money spent has given to our communities. So thank you. Okay, anyone else have any other comments? Do we have any reports or updates that anyone would like to share with the group? Seeing none. Any old business that we need to talk about? Any new business? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. You have a motion, a second? Second. All right. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? All right, we are adjourned. Thank you very much.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here on a beautiful sunny Friday. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meeting according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If their member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. The microphone can be turned on and off by pressing the button on top of them. Okay, thank you. First order of business, are there any corrections or adoptions to the minutes of the April 11th, 2025 meeting? Hearing none, can I have a motion?
So moved.
Annie, thank you. A second? Thank you, Mayor. All in favor? Okay, any opposed? Okay, thank you. The motion is approved. Okay, moving on to subcommittee updates. We've got the Economic Development Subcommittee. I don't see either. Is Aaron here? No. Okay. Anything to add, Director?
Just that we're making progress on becoming an economic development district, and we'll keep you updated. And the Economic Development Subcommittee did send letters to our congressional delegation regarding the NASA headquarters moving to Cleveland.
Thank you. Anything additional is in the packet. Equity Subcommittee. I don't see Mayor Blackwell. No. Okay, anything to add, Director? Here. Oh, sorry. The previously scheduled Equity Subcommittee meeting for June 27th, 2025 was canceled. Additional information can be found in the packet.
And I would like to
Yes.
add a little bit to that. And I know it's going to come up later on the agenda as well. But we did cancel the Equity Subcommittee. We're suspending the Equity Subcommittee due to you don't hear me back there? That's unusual.
Closer.
Yeah. Okay, yes. Little too close for comfort. But the Equity Subcommittee is suspended. So we did cancel that meeting, but it is suspended until further notice. We are working through all of the legal issues regarding the executive order. We'll bring that to the executive committee and then to the full board in September.
Yes.
In that regard, the executive order covers a whole spectrum of things, environmental justice and so on and so forth. What are the actions relative to those things also?
We are looking into them as well. So they are part of our research. We are reviewing and we will make recommendations to the executive committee on what needs to be modified in terms of our website, in terms of our policies, in terms of any programs. But what we have done already is any program that we have executed since the executive order has come out, for example, TLCI, actually TLCI wasn't the right one. It's probably 5310 and CMAC. TLCI upcoming, we've changed the criteria to eliminate environmental justice, for example, and replaced it with areas of persistent poverty, which is what has been recommended by the federal government now. So we've taken action where we can take action on things that are before us, but in terms of going back, we're doing that review.
So if what I heard you just say was correct, you're going back and everything that was tagged with environmental justice, you're renaming, so to speak.
if there are current policies, right? If there are reports that were there in the past, we will not be doing that. But again, we need to revisit that. But anything that would be an active policy or website, yes, we'll be tagging that and bring it to you for recommendation.
I might just suggest, and you've got counsel here, so I'll suggest this to counsel just to keep NOAC out of trouble. After doing a little legal research on my own, talking to a few attorneys, there was this concept of renaming things to make them legal. And the feedback that I got from counsel was doing that is considered fraud and not appropriate. So doing away with DEI is doing away with DEI and not just renaming the terms, so to speak. And so I'm sure that's not what we're doing, but, you know, I hear that language within the various, from various people, and people need to understand that there is implication to that, and counsel could speak to that better than me, so.
Yeah, anything that we would be looking at in terms of renaming, such as environmental justice to areas of persistent poverty, is specifically a directive from the federal government.
Thank you, Grace. Mayor Blackwell has joined the meeting as Chair of Equity Subcommittee. I don't know if you wanted to just make any statements.
Good morning. Was that another meeting with executives? So we were all running around today, right? I was not surprised to get the phone call. I was anticipating the phone call based on the discussion I've heard here. I remain committed to the work where it is appropriate, where we lift people out of poverty, where we level the playing field. So whatever that looks like, I'm still all in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Any other comments? Yes.
This conversation started at the meeting at the college and has been pervasive in a number of areas. And being a child of the 70s, I was there. So I think it's important to echo what was said, and that is we may have decided that we don't want to promote or advantage certain things, but we're still very committed, and NOACA should be committed to not discriminating against certain demographics and not behaving in a way that's unfair. So all we've really done is shifted it from the positive to the negative, and I think our organization can still accomplish the same end goal due to its size and leadership.
That is our goal. Thank you very much. I appreciate the
Madam
comments.
Chair, one last word or a comment on Mr. Riddle's comment. I couldn't, with that? Riddell, sorry. Riddell, thank you. Thank you for the correction. I couldn't agree more that we need to be looking to doing the appropriate thing with the remembrance that we're not a welfare organization. We're a road and bridge organization. And so, and we can easily defend the projects and so forth we have on merit, and which could include certain criteria. But we got to remember what our focus is. Our focus is infrastructure and not solving social problems across the region. That's for other organizations to take care of. So thanks.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next agenda item,
Excuse
Brenda.
me.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry, Mayor Blackwell.
I went on record. I found those comments to be completely inoffensive. The choice of words have consequences. Welfare, social are provocative, and I don't think that's what we do at all. I think we do great work. I think it's impactful. I think it's important. It equalizes, but welfare, I think we should be careful of our word choice because it has consequences. And I am personally offended by that choice of word, and I want that to go on record. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Blackwell. Okay, we are moving on to the next agenda item. Brenda, has anybody signed in for public comment? Okay, all right, we have no public comment sign in, so we will move on to the Executive Director's report. So Grace, I'll turn it to you.
Yeah, good morning again. Actually, only one thing, and that's that we have new technology in the boardroom. So we have exhausted the useful life of our previous equipment. We were able to get an upgrade, but we are still having some technical difficulties. And so bear with us as we try to, I guess, what do they call that? Synchronize all of the mics and get everything working. So appreciate that. And we'll go on to have a great meeting.
Thank you, Grace. Okay, we are moving on to action items. The first item is the okay, Cleveland Elyria Metropolitan Statistical Area, MSA Comprehensive Climate Action Plan, CCAP. So Grace will introduce, and then we will hear from Dr. McDonald, Sarah O'Keefe, and Tim Kovach.
Yes, good morning again. So I will bring to your attention the fact that we were provided with a $1 million grant from the Climate Pollution Reduction Grants Program. That was because Cleveland, the MSA is one of the 67th largest MSAs in the country, so we were automatically provided that grant, and we prepared the grant application in partnership with the city of Cleveland, who is the seat of that MSA. We have lots of activity that has happened over the 2 years since we have received that grant. Primarily, NOACA was the author, again, with lots of participation from the city of Cleveland and from others throughout the region. We were the authors of the PCAP, the Preliminary Climate Action Plan, or the Priority Climate Action Plan. And today we're going to be talking about the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan and helping you to understand where we are in this process, which is due at the end of the 4-year grant period. The status report is, and the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan that we'll be talking about today is due in December. So with that, I'll turn it over to Joe McDonald, who is the NOACA project manager.
Thank you, Grace. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair. The action before you today is to recommend this item, the Cleveland Elyria Metropolitan Statistical Area Comprehensive Climate Action Plan, to the Executive Committee for placement on the September 2025 Board of Directors agenda. Previously, this committee reviewed the 2022 Regional Greenhouse Gas Emissions Inventory and approved the regional greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets at its October 11th, 2024 meeting. The Board of Directors subsequently approved those targets at their December meeting. I am now going to hand over the presentation to Sarah O'Keefe of the City of Cleveland, who will present the main content. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and committee members. I'm going to walk us through some background and then go into specifics on the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan. A number of materials were included in the board packet, or sorry, the committee packet rather, and these are draft forms. All of those materials are in draft form. So for a little bit of background, as Joe mentioned, and Grace mentioned, this is a $1 million grant that had 3 deliverables associated with it: the Priority Climate Action Plan, the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan, and a status report. NOACA is starting with the Priority Climate Action Plan, or PCAP. NOACA is the lead agency, partnered with the City of Cleveland, Cuyahoga County. And this was delivered to the US EPA on February 28th, 2024, with approval March 7th, 2024. As Joe mentioned, this committee approved targets in October. The board approved, sorry, not targets. The board approved measures of the PCAP in December of 2024. The Comprehensive Climate Action Plan is the City of Cleveland lead agency. That's why I'm here presenting to you today. With support from NOACA, Cuyahoga County, and the Cleveland Regional Decarbonization Framework. We're going to use a few acronyms here. I'll try to not use them overly, but this is the CRDF team. You might see that in some of the slides. That team was composed of Case Western Reserve University, Cleveland State University, and Kent State University faculty members, students, and stakeholders. This plan is due to the US EPA by December 1st, 2025. And finally, the third deliverable is the status report, where NOACA is the lead agency. This is due to the EPA by July of 2027. Today, our presentation focuses on the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan, the development of which I will go through next. That's what's outlined in red on this slide. Just to start, we're going to go with the key messages of the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan.
Climate action is not new to our region. It's already happening in the MSA. There are climate action plans from the city level, Oberlin, Cleveland, Cleveland Heights, Lakewood, at the county level, Cuyahoga County, and some other entities like Greater Cleveland RTA. The region has received considerable funding and support for climate action, including from the US EPA for renewable energy generation, millions of dollars of grants there. From the Department of Transportation for low emission vehicles, again, millions of dollars there, including 15 million to NOACA itself for charging and fueling infrastructure grant for EV charging. However, true barriers remain to achieve our region's targets that we've discussed in this policy committee in the past. It's difficult to decarbonize some sectors, for example, steelmaking and concrete. There's limited transit service to much of the MSA. Many communities are dependent on cars for transportation. And there is aging housing stock and dependence on natural gas for heating across the region. In order to achieve targets that our region has set, it would be impossible without leadership, vision, partnerships, and multi-sectoral strategies. We need, the market cannot do this action alone. We need sustained partnerships across communities and sectors. It is better to pursue a suite of climate actions rather than trying to address each source of climate pollution in isolation. These are the key messages within the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan. And the CCAP, for short, is centered on electrification, clean energy, transforming industry, and the removal of climate pollution. Just for grounding, we talked about those 3 deliverables, PCAP being the first one. The CCAP builds off of the Priority Climate Action Plan. That initial plan centered on near-term, high-priority, implementation-ready measures. Again, those measures were approved by NOACA's board. The PCAP did not need to be comprehensive in nature. Instead, that is the CCAP. But it did lay the groundwork for CPRG, Climate Pollution Reduction Grant implementation grants. Implementation ready, focused on the biggest sources of emissions was the goal of the PCAP, but not on all sources of emissions. Whereas the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan, or CCAP, is a detailed plan that addresses all sources of emissions. It provides a plan to achieve the region's targets, and it is more comprehensive overall than the PCAP, with nearly every single CCAP measure fitting underneath a PCAP umbrella, but expanding beyond as well. I'm going to go into a specific, I'm going to go into the specific required elements of the CCAP. These elements are required by the EPA. So in 2023, in compliance, the EPA issued guidance, and we are in compliance. We need to be in compliance with a number of required elements for all 3 of the CPRG deliverables. Again, our presentation today focuses on the CCAP deliverable in the middle. We're going to go one by one, but in this chart, you will see that we are required to include in the CCAP a greenhouse gas inventory, a greenhouse gas emissions projections, greenhouse gas reduction targets, quantified greenhouse gas reduction measures, a benefits analysis, as well as a review of authority to implement and the intersection with other funding availability and a workforce planning analysis. Again, the PCAP, or Priority Climate Action Plan, has already been published by NOACA after EPA approval, while the status report is due in 2027, and our focus today is on the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan requirements. Now I'm going to walk us through the elements of the CCAP, starting with a quick review of the overall greenhouse gas emissions for the region. This is a graph that you have seen before, but just as a reminder, here the greenhouse gas emissions are depicted by sector, led by transportation emissions, then residential and commercial energy and industrial energy, followed by process and fugitive emissions, solid waste and refrigerants, and a very small percentages of agricultural and water and wastewater related emissions for the region. The volumes in this pie chart, just for reference, and all of the following charts are shown using the standard measure of greenhouse gas emissions or climate pollution, million metric tons of CO2 equivalent. That's that MMTCO2E you see in the right-hand corner. So this is emissions by sector for the entire region. Now, viewing these emissions by county as a breakout, we see that emissions generally follow the population percentage in the 5-county region. Leading Cuyahoga County has the largest population. In sequence, Lorain County, then Lake County, Medina County, and Geauga County. Again, this is a bit of a reminder from past meetings that we've had. So those are the first two required elements for the CCAP that EPA wants to see in our report. Next, we moved on to emissions projections. This is also a required element. So after understanding the current state of greenhouse gas emissions or climate pollution, the next element was to project business as usual, and that's what this chart is showing you. Where do we end up as a region if no actions are taken and no big changes occur? This projection used the same methodology that was included in the PCAP, including a number of assumptions: constant population, vehicle miles traveled, growth by 0.33% per year, and so on. If we do not act, we can see that total emissions are projected to decline 17.4% through 2030 and 25.6% by 2050, based on 2018 levels. This is far short of even our 2030 goal, let alone net zero by 2050. There are very real costs of inactions as outlined in the CCAP overall. For example, we would leave community members vulnerable not only to the changing climate, but also to losing out on economic and job creation opportunities that will accompany this transition. We estimate in the CCAP that cumulative costs of inaction are approximately $170 billion by 2050. That's with a B. If we do not implement CCAP measures, this is equivalent to the annual GDP within the MSA. So that is as business as usual projections. Now, a note on our emissions reduction targets that both Joe and I have already mentioned. The NOACA board adopted targets in December of 2024, and those targets are, as a reminder, by 2030, a 49% reduction from 2018 levels. If you recall, the business as usual does not achieve that. By 2050, net zero emissions, again, business as usual does not achieve this. Our 2030 target comes directly from the PCAP, and emissions need to decline on an annual basis in order to hit these targets at the rate of 6.4% per year through 2030 and 5% per year between 2030 and 2050. Again, this is a required element of the CCAP, and it shows us what the annual need is. I'm just gonna show a couple of go big strategies that were included or are included in the draft Comprehensive Climate Action Plan. The data and research have revealed 6 strategies to help our region achieve net zero emissions by 2050. These are called Go Big because they require that collaboration and they require action across the region to achieve. For example, expanding nuclear generation at Perry Nuclear Power Plant, developing offshore wind on Lake Erie, net zero steelmaking, expand passenger rail and light rail, develop a regional direct air capture facility, and implementation of Headwaters Forests Initiative to reforest 10 square miles of the headwaters of the Cuyahoga River. And this is actually the Chagrin, Cuyahoga, Rocky River, and Black River. More specifically, this is a comprehensive table that shows the emissions reduction measures included in the CCAP. So I'm going to explain this table a little bit. Along the left-hand side, you will see the measure that's included in the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan and how it relates to the Priority Climate Action Plan measures. That's the second column. And then the amount of greenhouse gas emissions or climate pollution reduced in 2030 by taking the CCAP measure or implementing it. And then the amount of climate pollution reduced in 2050 rather, related to the CCAP measure listed on the left-hand side. This table, CPRG guidance rather, calls for the CCAP to build off the priority measures, and that's why we have related them here in this table. We also need to provide a fuller suite of measures that address all sources of greenhouse gas emissions and sinks. That's why you will see a more specific items in our greenhouse gas emissions list for the CCAP. Largest savings will come from clean energy measures, which include a suite of actions to expand clean energy generation, make the grid more reliable and resilient and responsive. And then significant savings you can see from this table come from electrifying light-duty vehicles, energy efficiency and electrification in commercial and residential buildings, and the decarbonization of steel production. The MSA region would also get considerable benefit from natural and technological emission removals. For example, nature-based solutions such as tree planting and wetland restoration, if you can see by the chart, will remove as many greenhouse gas emissions as electrifying trucks. While direct air capture, removing carbon CO2 directly from the air through machines, can remove up to 1 million metric ton of CO2 equivalent climate pollution. So this is an overview of the emissions reduction measures in the CCAP. What this chart is showing you, this is known as a wedge chart for those of you who might not be familiar. This illustrates the impact of these different measures in the CCAP. I'm just going to explain what you're seeing here. Each colored line represents a CCAP measure. The thickness of each line represents the amount of emissions or climate pollution that's being reduced when that measure is implemented. And together, these lines and their amounts of emissions reduction become a multicolored wedge shape that you see. This is representing the total emissions being reduced when all of the measures are implemented. Again, this is a required element of the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan. We've walked through a number of these elements. We just showed you by measure what the impact would be. Now I'm going to show by sector what the impact would be. So looking at impact of emissions reduction, climate pollution reduction measures by sector, we see that emissions reduction measures lead to an estimated 18.35 million metric tons of CO2 equivalent reduction, or in 2030 rather, 45.7% reduction from a 2018 baseline. Measures fall slightly short of a net zero target. The estimate residual emissions of 2.87 million metric tons CO2 equivalent and a 91.5% total reduction from baseline in 2050. Achieving net zero, which is our target, will require increasing the rate of implementation and or increasing the rate emissions removals. With the recommendations in the CCAP, the region will be on track to reach 2030 target in 2031 and net zero in 2053. I'm just gonna pause here for a second and explain a bit here. The purpose of this plan is not to achieve perfection. It is the goal to take actions to cut emissions as quickly and efficiently as possible in a way that provides substantial co-benefits for the MSA. The targets that were approved are goals. They're based in science, and we are aiming to reach them as quickly and efficiently as we can. Measures in this draft CCAP will allow us to meet 2030 target in 2031, as I mentioned, and the 2050 target and net zero emissions by 2053. I want to show you what the benefits are of the CCAP measures of acting, even if we don't achieve perfection. This table shows reductions of key air pollutants from CCAP measures. This is part of the benefits analysis. Broken down by county, you can see that the measures lead to substantial improvement in air quality across the region, which is Lenoaka is a key leader in making sure that we have good air quality across the region. Sulfur dioxide and nitrogen oxides both are significant air pollutants that contribute to acid rain and the aggravation of respiratory and cardiovascular health issues. Other key pollutants that would be reduced are VOCs, or volatile organic compounds, and PM 2.5 particulate matter, which is fine inhalable particulates, both of which cause significant human health issues. Implementing our actions, or the actions included in the CCAP, will have this combined effect, positive effect on air quality. looking at the specific health benefits tied to those air quality benefits. We can see in the left-hand side what the health measure would be, the annual impact, and the total annual health benefit. When we think about the vulnerable populations or lifting those out of poverty, this is a key point. Benefits from emissions reductions, the reduction of climate pollution in terms of human health conditions. Staff utilized US EPA's co-benefits risk assessment tool to come up with this estimates. And every year, CAP measures would prevent 219 to 423 premature deaths, the prevention of 119 heart attacks, the prevention of 12 cases of lung cancer, prevention of 562 new cases of asthma, and nearly 100,000 asthma attacks every year. And in terms of the financial impact, these measures will provide between $3.3 and $6.3 billion annually in health benefits. This is a key point of why we are offering this plan. Authority to implement measures. CCAPs must include a review of whether the MSA has authority to implement measures that are included in the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan. That's from the EPA guidance, and we need to indicate that authority, whether we can implement the measure or whether the authority must be attained. So while developing the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan, the strategy was to deliberately focus on measures for which we as governmental entities in the region already have authority to implement, or where authority currently exists to enable other actors, such as utilities, to implement those measures. There are a few key measures, especially those related to the 6 Go Big strategies that I mentioned, that require additional authority, particularly from the state of Ohio. For example, for the expansion of nuclear power, offshore wind, carbon capture, sequestration, utilization, and intercity passenger rail, which we already heard about earlier today. These would require additional authority, and those are noted in the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan. A final required component of the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan is the workforce planning analysis. The Comprehensive Climate Action Plan looks at the measures that we have recommending and assesses the key occupations where the MSA has existing workforce strategies. The occupations with existing workforce shortages, this is the percentage of gap between the projected need, so what's needed to implement the measures that you just saw in a table, and the current number of employees in those sectors. For example, foresters, 17% is the noted gap, and so on. Building inspectors, maintenance workers, quality engineers, and electrical engineers are other examples of shortages. The goal is not just to identify those shortages, but how do we act on them? Again, this action plan, the reason why there's action in the title is because it does recommend action. So recommendations for overcoming potential workforce shortages that were listed in the last slide include aligning training with high growth occupations, increasing access to training for underserved populations, creating regional coordinating entity for workforce development, engaging employers in scalable workforce models, piloting and scaling sector-based training programs. Those are the required elements of the CCAP. One of the things that we made sure to also do, however, is to create an implementation playbook. As you'll note, the first C in CCAP is comprehensive, and this plan is just that. But engagement has shown all of us that leaders and others who want to take action, it can be overwhelming. We know we needed an accessible guide to offer communities to take action and to be successful. So, in addition to CCAP, we have also created an implementation playbook. We identified measures most appropriate for different kinds of communities in this playbook using the Vibrant NEO 2040 typology since it was already in existence. This includes the legacy cities, first ring suburbs, second ring suburbs, outer ring suburbs, established cities and towns, and rural townships in that typology. The implementation playbook itself includes information on low-income and disadvantaged communities within the MSA. That is an encouraged element, not required. Best practices on engaging LIDEX for climate action, community benefit rubric to assess potential actions, and a list of emissions reduction measures by community type, those 6 typologies I just mentioned, an overview of no and low regret measures, and information on policies and funding sources to support that implementation. We want to note the information on policies and funding sources to enable implementation is key. And I will turn it back over to Joe McDonald.
Thank you very much, Sarah. There is no financial impact of this action, as Grace and Sarah have already explained. The grant was approved and the agreement signed 2 years ago in July of 2023. Next steps. We will launch our 45-day public comment period next week, and that will extend throughout the month of August. We also plan to host a virtual public engagement session in the middle of August. So it's important for me to emphasize that this is the very first time that the draft has been shared publicly with all of you. And so there is a very long comment and review period with opportunities in abundance for folks to provide us with feedback, to ask questions, to raise issues. And we don't have to submit this to US EPA until December 1st. So we have time. We wanted to give everybody a lot of time to digest what we were talking about and to make any necessary changes. The City of Cleveland and NOACA will coordinate with a firm to create designed drafts of the CCAP and the implementation playbook. So there will be time to really polish this for a finished product before we submit it to US EPA. And by the way, US EPA also has this document. They are doing their own review, and they will do another review prior to submittal. Pending board approval, NOACA and the City of Cleveland will finalize and submit the CCAP to US EPA by December 1st, as is required in our agreement with US EPA. So again, the action before you is to recommend this item to the Executive Committee for placement on the September 2025 Board of Directors agenda. That is to approve the Cleveland-Elyria Metropolitan Statistical Area Comprehensive Climate Action Plan. Questions?
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Sarah. I know this is a lot of information, and thank you for boiling it down to prepare it and share it with us. So much appreciated.
I do have a question.
Oh, Mayor Blackwell.
Can you go back to the second slide? There was something I needed to get some clarification, maybe two. No, the one before we get into, it says something, overview of no and low regret measures. Can you explain that? I think I know what it means, but I don't want to guess.
Sure. Thank you for that question, Mayor Blackwell. So no and low regret measures indicate that this is almost like low-hanging fruit. If there is something that we can do that are measures in each of our communities, that there's a table that shows for each measure if it's no or low regret. So if you do it, the impact is great, but you won't have any adverse impacts. It's almost like I'm not going to say there's no financial impact, but it's almost like having no financial impact would be an example of a no regret policy, a no regret action. But not all of them are no regret. Not all of them are related to financial impact. It might be a different no regret policy.
So is this only related to the financial impact? That's not
No, it's
true.
not related only to
So
financial
let's use
impact.
the
That's just an example.
instance of one of the on the chart, the savings and how we came up with the number, asthma, how much we'd save with asthma. How then could I back in overview of no and low regret measures? How does it fit in that? Or am I applying it wrong?
So the measures, and I know you don't have this in front of you. So on page 76 of this draft plan, there's an overview of emissions reductions, and it talks about the cost to implement. It's more tied to the cost to implement, the authority to implement, the amount of funding secured, and the time frame. So community enrollment. So for example, the impact on asthma. if we were to continue with a couple of measures that had low financial cost to them, but they could positively impact, that would be a low regret example. Thank you. And I'm happy to follow up individually and we can explain this and walk through. Okay, thank you.
Okay, do we have a motion to approve? Mr. Claypool? Yes.
So, Joe, explain to me, I'm very confused at the funding. You said that the funding was already allocated for this and we're already spending the money. So that you're not asking for money, or are you submitting this to request more money? I'm a little confused at the funding of this.
Certainly, Madam Chair. The funding has already been allocated through the US EPA Climate Pollution Reduction Grants Program, Phase 1 Planning Grant, $1 million to our region, along with the 60, well, yeah, I think it's approximately 70 metropolitan statistical areas along with states and tribal agencies. So we're not asking for more money.
So when you submit this package, is that a request for more money?
No.
Or no? So how is this going to be funded, all of this?
It's already funded. The funding has already been allocated. This is a required deliverable of our signed agreement to receive the money. So we have to deliver this to US EPA.
Gotcha. Madam Chair, I will point out that on page 1 of this document, there's reference to environmental justice, which is a term not permitted today. We might want to modify this document. I won't be voting for this for that, among other reasons. But we might want to adjust our documentation to conform with current rules and laws.
Thank you. Okay, do I have a motion to approve? Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Second, Mayor Thomas. Thank you. Any discussion? Yes, Matt.
I'd like to make a comment on behalf of the city of Cleveland. Let me make sure I get this close enough. I just want to emphasize, I think, the importance to not just the city, but our region of this plan and this work. Some of you may recall at the first week of astrological summer, at least June 20th, we had a heat wave in our region. And those temperatures and the energy demand on our grid stressed our infrastructure to a point of failure. Not only did we have a substation taken out because of the load on that station that forced us to close City Hall and not provide services for a day to residents, I was also aware of at least several power outages in the region as a result of that infrastructure failure. So taking these measures, adopting this plan, and moving forward with the strategies recommended is not just important for our region environmentally and for our climate, but also I think the points that were made in terms of the health benefits and the economic impact are very, very important and very important to our region. We have families in our region, in our city, that lose power, that require them to throw out the groceries in their fridge. These are families in our city, in a city where our median income is around $34,000, that can't necessarily afford to go out and buy an entire new fridge of groceries. And we're just seeing the impacts of this roll out. And we should expect, without taking these measures, or if we delay in implementing these measures, for those types of events to occur more often, more frequently, and stress already families in our region that can little afford additional strain on their budgets and on their livelihoods. So with that comment, I would strongly urge us to adopt this.
Thank you, Matt.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Claypool.
Yes, and to that point, thank you for those comments. I won't tell you how old I am, but probably older than most of the people at this table. We have always had heat waves. We have always had freezing waves. We've had changing weather and climate forever. And doing something locally like this, based on data that's very questionable, based on practices that are very questionable, and projected benefits that are very questionable, will not accomplish in a global environment anything. We could go to net zero today in Cleveland, and it's not going to impact the global environment. So I have issues with the climate change stuff that we do, not with some of the practices, because some of the practices are good for the environment and so on and so forth. But to think we're going to change the environment in Cleveland, you must have been enjoying the new smoking devices that we have going on. So with that said, I have some issues, by the way, with the windmills in the lake. Windmills generate virtually no electricity. They're very expensive to maintain, and they'll disrupt and destroy our beautiful lake that we have up there. So with that, I'll be voting no to this.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Yes, Miss Annie.
Thank you. Joe and Sarah, you mentioned going into some public comment on the plan coming up. And I know that this plan encompasses the 5 counties. Cuyahoga County is working on a climate action plan. I know the city of Cleveland also has a climate action plan. And I would strongly encourage for our public messaging around a very big topic that can feel overwhelming, how these plans kind of work together and how the actions relevant to NOACA relate, but may be different than the actions of an individual county that may relate or may be different to an actions of a city, around the public messaging and really encouraging engagement with the content of the plan.
Thank you. Mayor Blackwell, did you have a question?
I spent 12 years working for a pulmonary doctor at university hospitals. COPD, sarcoidosis, asthma, bronchiectasis. This is measurable. If you want to go back to the slide that quantifies the money that we save, here we go. When you see avoid cases of asthma, you can pull data from the emergency room reports, discharge summaries that will quantify that. Work loss days, that data is out there. Law school days, that data is out there. Avoid premature deaths. This is all measurable data. And hospitals keep this data. I'm not telling you what I think, I'm telling you what I know. This was my job for 12 years. Lung cancer, emphysema, bronchoscopies. This is real data. So I'm not sure what is speculative. At least I can speak to this slide. And I am sure you have the data. There's the World Health Data Report. There's the American Medicine Journal. This is quantifiable information. I can particularly speak to this because this is mostly pulmonary. In addition to that, premature deaths, high and low, the city of Maple Heights, similar to a third world country, has experienced the highest number of Black maternal deaths and infant mortality deaths, which is being documented birthing communities, birthing beautiful communities. We have pregnant with possibilities in our community. This is verified data. For someone who wants to see it, I'm sure you can bring it up, or I'll be willing to help you, because this data is put in front of me all the time as I advocate for these babies that don't make it to their first year. Black infant mortality is a huge issue. Black maternal mortality is a huge issue. My my transpoints, I have data through my ambulance runs, will tell you the type of runs my EMS professionals, it's asthma exacerbations, certainly in the extreme heat. There are people who are in continuous oxygen. And if the power goes, they don't have the oxygen. And it's not safe for them to be there on continuum with a nasal cannula up their nose. This is real information that's not speculative, but very, very verifiable through all of those who have fire departments and squad runs. We can pull the data. Case Western Reserve keeps the data on the number of deaths. We can pull the data. Hospitals keep the information, insurance companies, we can pull the data. So I just want to share that these aren't some made up numbers, and we shouldn't, as a body, when you agree to serve on this board, shouldn't be addressing. I don't know how we can sit here if you're not going to address this information, if we're not going to trust the resources, if we're not going to be champions for these kind of quality of life-saving issues. There's something wrong with that thinking. And if that's not what we're going to do, I can't serve on this board. I will not serve on this board if I am not leaving here being a champion and a change agent or a change captain to change these numbers. Because I lose money. One of the issues as the CEO, I have to manage the dollars I have. It tells me how many squads I got to buy, how many EMTs I gotta hire, what I need to have in benefit plans for my workers, because my firefighters suffer with lung cancer and emphysema. And we can go on and on. But I just do not, I want to applaud you with the work that you've done. This slide speaks to me. I know this data because I did it. I did it. Working 12 years, one of the most renowned pulmonologists in this county at university hospitals. So if there's some reservation, I think we have to, in this, you know, I don't want to go back to the equity thing. Call it what you want. This is air quality. Whether it's equity, you want to call it equity, quality. We have a commitment to achieve quality and results, impactful and measurable results for the people that we represent in 5 counties. And if we're not doing that, or if this changes, I can't serve and I will not serve on this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Blackwell. Okay, we've got a motion and a second.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr.
one
Claypool.
last comment. Correlation does not mean causation. Great data doesn't mean that it's a result of anything. There's not been anything proven, and we don't ask questions around this table about all the data. That is our duty and our responsibility as people who represent people, to ask questions to make sure the outcomes and the things we're implementing, spending their tax dollars on, are real and based on real information and real outcomes and real things that are going to deliver. And that's what our responsibility is.
Thank you. I would encourage, I know that there's a draft document available that is something that everyone should, get familiar with. This will go to the board if approved today. I think to Mr. Moss's point, and maybe Mr. Claypool's point, if we all across the United States do nothing, nothing will change. We have ozone action days that are local, and that is because of the emissions and the things that we have here. So there are local issues in addition to global issues. So just want to say that. Oh, so yes, Mr. Rydell.
Yes, just a question of procedure and timing. If public opinion on this document is 2 weeks away and lasts for 6 weeks, are we passing this draft as it gets amended by public document, or how does that process work? Because the board meeting in September, I understand the painful structure of NORACA sometimes. So we've got to send it to executive committee to send it to the board, but this may not be the document that survives.
So I'll ask Grace to speak to that.
Yeah, I asked Joe McDonald the same question, and it does seem like the document may change. What you're adopting today is you're recommending that it move forward in the process.
Thank you, Grace. Okay, so we have a motion and we have a second. We've had discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Mr. Claypool's a no. Okay, that motion passes. Thank you. Okay, we will be moving on to Transportation for Safer Communities Initiative, TSCI. Let Grace introduce, and then we've got Dr. Makarachi and Kessa Turnbull.
Thank you. This is a new opportunity for us to be able to use our transportation funding to ensure that we have safer communities. Modeled after our TLCI program and our TEDI, which we call TEDI, we are proposing a TSCI, which I will affectionately call TESI. So TESI is a commitment to safer multimodal transportation system for all users. We have taken this through all of our councils, subcommittees, committees to talk about safety improvements and the importance of safety in the work that we do. This is an opportunity then to take a lot of the feedback that we got from our members, from the communities, and say, we hear you. We want to do something about safety, and we want to provide funding to communities to initiate action on the identified countermeasures as part of the work that NOACA has done. And with that, I will turn it to, it looks like Kessa is up there, so I'll turn it to Kessa. Kessa Turnbull is a planner with NOACA.
Good morning. I am the safety planner here at NOACA, and I'm asking that you recommend this item to the Executive Committee for placement on the September 2025 Board of Directors agenda. We have been going through massive amounts of feedback for this new program. We actually have already presented it to you guys specifically once when we were just getting started in this process. And since then, we have taken it to the Safety and Operations and Bicycle and Pedestrian Councils, as well as the Transportation Subcommittee. Last year, we switched to an equal annual reduction method for all our safety performance measure targets. In this graph of the fatalities, you can see the orange line reduces the number of deaths year by year until it eventually reaches 0. The white line shows the percentage of annual cumulative reduction. In contrast, the green curve shows the percentage of yearly reduction, starting very low before increasing significantly at the end as the absolute numbers approach 0. Our updated long-range plan, WeNeo, summarizes these charts by decade across all the performance measures. This funding policy we're asking you to vote on will help us achieve these goals in both the short and long term. While the last round of community safety reports introduced the Federal Highway Administration's proven safety countermeasures, it didn't provide examples of how to use them. Staff just provided a list of what they were. This year, we actually selected a subset of them and not only recommended them to the most dangerous segment within communities, but even provided cost-benefit ratios based on the savings from expected reduced crashes. The cost-benefit ratios provided in the reports use the minimum crash reduction percentage and the highest cost estimation when ranges are given to get maximally conservative ratios. So if you look at the example for rectangular rapid flashing beacon, all of the ratios for that countermeasure were done with a cost of $58,560, so that maybe a community can get out there and buy one for less. But if they can't, it's okay. They're still going to get the ratios that they expect. All costs were adjusted to $2024 using the original FHWA estimates, using a standard rate of 2% per year. However, we acknowledge that this rate has been exceeded in recent years, so communities should still obtain engineering-backed estimates, which is one of the core goals of this new program. While non-motorized countermeasures were provided with savings over 10 years, motorized countermeasures used only an annual savings figure due to their drastically higher usage rates to give a more equal comparison between the two. The reports also include a summary by countermeasure of the ratios found and the variation in savings, which I believe is one of the most valuable aspects of these reports, as it provides communities with access to a much wider range of data that can be found in an individual city. Ideally, I hope to continue building on this database by obtaining data from the projects implemented through this fund. Finally, there's a graphical representation of all the ratios in the region sorted into their qualitative ranges. And as you can see, there are quite a few that have ratios above 4, which means that you're getting a return on the investment through the lives that you're saving. Crashes occur predominantly due to infrastructure deficiencies or human error, such as when a passenger car tries to pass a bus while it's pulling over to pick people up. A 2024 analysis of the region's crashes suggested that approximately 48% of crashes were due to 3 variables related to human error. The first was that individuals made poor decisions, such as speeding, being impaired, or being distracted. The second instance occurred when the responding officer noted that a specific user had made an error. Whoops. Finally, we examined crashes where contributing circumstances were deemed to be an error, such as running red lights or making improper lane changes. As a public agency, we are particularly interested in the 52% of crashes that are attributed to infrastructure deficiencies that can be directly funded for replacement or enhancement. Common infrastructure inadequacies include poor road signage, either because it's not present or because it's challenging to read, a lack of pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure, such as crosswalks and bike lanes, and inadequate lighting that leads to many crashes, particularly for pedestrians, especially at night. However, this isn't even an exhaustive list.
The countermeasure recommendations in the reports are planning level recommendations, where a countermeasure is applied to a specific segment, but not a particular spot on that segment. This funding will bridge the gap between these location agnostic recommendations and the actual implementation of countermeasures. Our new initiative has two primary goals. The first is to provide a dedicated source for low-cost countermeasures that are too small to qualify for larger ODOT funds. The second is to provide a method of funding engineering studies that are challenging for smaller communities to afford, but are required to access the most significant ODOT funding sources. You may notice that even our fund starts at $100,000 and wonder if that really qualifies as low cost. While we must respect that limit due to the administrative burdens of running these programs, we do have some strategies to help communities reach that bar. The simplest option is an individual project that costs over $100,000 on its own. Things like pedestrian hybrid beacons, bike lanes, and sidewalks can all easily clear that threshold, even without any additional countermeasures. Another strategy is to group multiple low-cost projects. This could be achieved by installing countermeasures such as crosswalk visibility enhancements at all intersections along a corridor rather than a single location, or rumble strips along a longer stretch of rural road. Alternatively, 2 or 3 villages could band together to install a single pedestrian refuge island or rectangular rapid flashing beacon in each, which would also clear the threshold. NOACA is happy to help coordinate like-minded communities. Finally, safety upgrades could be integrated with larger projects, particularly road rehabilitation projects. When a community is already spending millions of dollars to repave a road, adding another $20,000 or even $50,000 to stripe turn lanes, upgrade crosswalks, or perform a road diet, or as I like to call it, a road buffet, since there's something for everyone, isn't a big deal. We envision this as a competitive application process based on our popular TLCI model, but potentially without the split between planning and implementation. The recently published community safety reports will serve as a baseline for the communities to then apply for specific projects. Currently, the draft policy included in your packet doesn't include any provisions that specified a dedicated percentage for rural versus urban areas, or allow rural communities to use 10 years of crash data instead of 5, or any other potential methods of equalizing funding between our counties. If you think that's bad, please tell us what you think should be added, because I want to emphasize this is absolutely still a part of the feedback, and we are looking to refine this policy as we continue to take it up levels. So we want to hear from you. In fact, we need to. We believe that this initiative should receive a minimum annual allocation of $1 million, unless, of course, you all saw fit to increase it, from either the Surface Transportation Block Grant or the Ohio Consolidated Planning Grant, or both. It will also have to have a non-federal match of 20%, though we're hoping to discuss strategies to waive that for communities that would have a difficult time affording it, since money shouldn't prevent us from saving lives. We have been widely seeking feedback from multiple levels throughout the organization to ensure this program is maximally effective in serving the specific needs of NOACA communities so that we can make our roads safer in a real way. And like I said before, that's not done yet. Yes, we're asking you to put this to action, but we're still looking to revise it and make it even better. And then, assuming that it is approved by the board in September, we'll be aiming to implement this new initiative in 2026. So once again, we are asking that this initiative and proposed policy be recommended to the Executive Committee for board action in September. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kessa. I had one question, I guess, I know you're still getting feedback on this policy. So I guess the question too is like, if we approve this and it changes, then it's going to the board in the revised format. But I would just suggest, you had good comments on the slides about anticipated annual funding and the local match, which I don't think is included in the document in a packet. So just if we're updating stuff, it's probably good to include that in there.
Excellent.
Grace, anything? Oh. Yes, we'll make a motion. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you, Matt. Second? Thank you, Tom. Okay, yes, now discussion. Mr. Moss.
Yeah, I have a discussion point, I guess, and also a question too. Thank you for the presentation. We're really excited to see this move forward. I noticed that in the description, and you emphasized this in the presentation, that the focus will be on low-cost infrastructure projects. I think in our community, and we see this in discussions with other communities in the NOACA region, that this could be also a really helpful tool in bridging gaps to applying for ODOT safety funding, particularly abbreviated safety funding, which is project 600,000 or less, or even formal safety funding, which can be upwards of $6 million. Can helping communities complete those application processes and those reviews in order to be competitive for those ODOT funds be also a focus area of this program?
Yes, like I mentioned in the presentation, making it so that communities can be eligible for the bigger ODOT safety programs was actually the first goal that we had for
Okay,
this
great.
program.
Great. I would like to see that just, if that's possible, reflected in as a specific focus area as it moves forward, because I think that would help just make it clear. Thank you.
Yeah, and if you look to the funding strategy that we've put together, the two source of funds address your point. The OCPG, which is our planning funds, would be used to help communities develop those plans to submit to ODOT. And then the STBG is our implementation fund where we would actually implement the projects.
Thank you for the clarifications.
And one more thing that, since we are on the federal impacts page, or the financial impacts page, the non-federal match of 20% is a requirement on the STBG, but not the OCPG. And I would like to suggest that we give some serious consideration to no local match on this project or this program. We have made that I guess that policy initiative applicable to TLCI if we need to. I would suggest we do the same here. Our current Teddy project, our one and only pilot project, currently has no local match because we are using OCPG funding. Even if we use STBG, although there is a 20% local match, we are able to access toll road credits to waive that 20%. So I would like the committee to give that some serious consideration.
Would that need to be an amendment to the motion if we wanted to make that change?
I don't think so.
No, because I think right now there's no, in this current policy in its draft form, there is no mention of these fundings. So I would guess that, we'd like to make sure that this is the feedback to include that in here and a better explanation,
Got it.
right, of how these are and what's required when, and what the actual thresholds might be. So thank you for that feedback. Mr. Claypool.
Madam Chair, if you don't mind, I'd direct this to Grace. Educate me a little bit, because I'm a little confused. Many of these projects, by the way, I support, and I think they're good projects. My question has to do with funding. So we at the federal government level pay 18.5 cents or 18.4 cents a gallon for gas tax. The gas tax is intended to take care of federal or federalized infrastructure. We pay 38 cents a gallon to the state of Ohio for our infrastructure. And in our local communities, Geauga County, our townships take levies, our county takes levies. We pay 99% of our infrastructure with our local money. So relative to this TCI program, is our federal 18.4 cents a gallon gas taxes applied here? Well, it gives us the right to do that. And at Ohio, we have a safety fund that's funded out of our 38 cents a gallon that should be readily available for projects like this. I don't know if ODOT's in this meeting today or not, but I'd like to know from a funding standpoint what the appropriate approach is, and are we doing things correctly, taking money from the right places?
Right, so NOACA receives a share of the federal gas tax. We do not receive any share of the state gas tax. The federal gas tax that we receive are applied to projects that, as you mentioned, have a connection to federal aid routes. So the only projects that these would apply to are those on federal aid routes, which are the ones that we've evaluated as part of our community safety plan. So we are only applying it to those. We are not applying it to residential roads, for example. unless the residential road happens to be on a federal aid highway.
But ODOT is not helping in that regard.
So ODOT does have a very robust safety program, about $100 million a year. Their $100 million a year can come from many sources, but for quite some time, as I'm aware, it comes from the federal source. So they also have the directive to put some of those federal aid routes into better state in terms of safety.
I do
But that's up to ODOT. I mean, ODOT can fund with the state money or the federal money.
You know that many of the tactics or the approaches the state uses on their roads, you know, crosswalks and so on and so forth, those illuminated crosswalks. So I know that the state is implementing those, but thank you very much. Thanks, Madam Chair.
And ODOT is here, so I don't know if they have anything else to add.
You had it exactly right, Grace. Our safety funds come from federal and state. I did have a question about federal aid routes. I believe you answered it. It sounds like this is only eligible for federal aid routes. I don't know if you can hear me. Is that not working?
Okay. Yes, Mr. Jordan.
Yes, I congratulate NOAC on the program. Is there some availability or is there an eligibility to design the countermeasures or for design and of the projects?
I didn't quite hear that. If you
Is there some portion of the grant that could be used solely for designing the countermeasures or some of the safety measures?
So beyond planning, but before construction, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, actual design of the improvement.
It's a good question. Typically, we do not fund the design component, but in this particular case, I don't know that we've really discussed the specific opportunity for doing that. That could be conversation that we open here, and Dr. Makarachi has some comments.
The one problem, you know, a lot of cities do not have engineers on staff. They have to hire out for them. So designing actually the improvement becomes a barrier to implementing them. And they don't really know what to go. They know they have a problem intersection, and anecdotally they have, you know, some possible solutions. But I've heard some of the solutions in some of the smaller communities that they're not well thought out, and they need some expertise in trying to reach those design goals.
Good morning. Well, we have done this in the report you have received from us, the safety reporting 2 years ago, and now they have got some initial planning and kind of engineering work on this based on the FHWA HSM, the Highway Safety Manual. So it's got some kind of engineering material there. But the nature of this program is not a major project or something. It's a small, low cost, you know, like as Casa showed, doesn't need major design or major engineering work. However, we are prepared to help the community to come with a, you know, design, but is a part of the package to get the engineering design. And I don't think the design is going to be a major part of this. Mainly is a implementation part of it and installing some equipment, something which reduces the crashes in the community.
I would say typically NOAC's policy has been not to fund design because they want a local commitment to the funds that we give them for implementation and construction. We certainly can, again, have that discussion at this committee and make it a package, a design build. And I'll look to Ed May to validate that. The other question that has to be answered is that there is not any federal restriction on including the design with this program. Right. Microphone.
Ed, can you go to the microphone, please? Sorry. Thank you.
Here, I'll go over here. You go ahead. I won't charge you.
Okay.
It is,
PE, right away and construction, all are federal aid eligible
Right.
expenditures. How we choose to fund PE or right away is at our discretion. And currently, we do have some circumstances under which we will fund those other phases other than construction. Those fall within the parameters of, first of all, a request from the community. And then secondly, whether they fall within, at this time, urban core communities or disadvantaged communities. So that is the trigger for them to be considered for PE or right-of-way or whatever the case may be. And we have policies regarding right-of-way. To Dr. Macaracci's point, what these countermeasures really are often things that could be incorporated into a roadway project as is, such as crosswalks or bicycle lanes or sharrows or things like that, markings of some sort, striping, that sort of thing. They are low enough that I don't think that they would warrant a separate designer to do that, to incorporate into a larger roadway rehabilitation project. Additionally, if we're talking about $100,000 or so, that's a fairly small dollar amount for ODOT to invest time and energy. Well, I don't want to speak for ODOT, I'm sorry. It's a fairly low dollar amount. So it can be probably incorporated into a larger project. The design would be probably best locally funded because I don't know how we haven't worked out how we would do this in terms of designing whatever countermeasure is to be implemented. We're really thinking more or less right now about implementing a planned infrastructure investment like an intersection improvement or something along that line. So we have not really explored whether or not we would commit or have a policy that commits funding to the design aspect, but it can be provided this is what the desire of this or recommendation is of this committee.
Thank you, Ed. Matt?
Yeah, that's partly why I asked my original question, was to clarify, because I'm reading the description in the agenda packet, and it under item 4A, it says any planning and engineering activities that are required. So to me, as someone who applies for these funds and works on these projects locally for the city of Cleveland, amongst others, that to me suggests design. So I think it would be valuable to include that especially as I mentioned earlier, to then move forward and to be competitive and to secure ODOT funds for these projects. But that would be a helpful clarification, because any to me suggests that it does include design.
Ed, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, once again, that, that a community can request of the board to fund the design element of a proposed project. But that would be at their discretion to do that. So so we do factor that in, and it's just a matter of, the request being made and the committee's evaluating that and making a recommendation and so forth.
But keeping in mind, Ed, as you said earlier, that ability based on NOACA's policies is not available to every community. It is only available to communities that were previously identified as environmental justice. I'm sorry?
Urban core.
Yes, the urban core and the disadvantaged communities. So that, which is a policy we're going to be revisiting now because of the environmental justice issue with the executive order. So we'll be reviewing that. At this point, I think the question that we should probably think about is, should we allow the design to be part of the TESI program to all communities? And they don't have to request it. They're always able to then fund their own if they want, but they don't have to make a separate request. Or do we, again, we're going to have to revisit that whole policy on environmental justice. So this could be part of that conversation as well.
Thank you.
Can I just suggest to move this, when we get the applications, because it's difficult to say now we have to have a design or not design. Depends on the projects. Some projects, for example, Refuge Island for a pedestrian, it needs a little bit of design. But if we are talking about the corridor of the 2 miles and we are putting this pedestrian crossing, that needs a major design. So depends on but changing it, traffic lights or something doesn't need a major design. So depends on the applicant. We have to consider the design, engineering, and all this before implementation, no doubt about it.
Thank you. Ben, you had a question?
I was just gonna say, I think if we're talking about trying to make this easy to get and making it no local match, it seems like we would want to include design in the event that design was required, because it doesn't make sense to me to say there's no local match to this project, but then also, oh, you have to do a design. And I understand the design might be like $5,000, but it seems like if we want to make this low barrier to entry, we should allow design, if necessary, as a applicable cost.
Thank you. And I think to a lot of the discussion, I don't know if we can go to the proposed motion. I don't know if we want to maybe just say draft proposed policy, since it's going to be continued to be updated before it goes to the board, or how best do we address that?
So we could do that, or we could revise it and bring it back to the committee. That puts us behind 3 months. So we can do that, bring it back here, flesh it out a little bit more. We appreciate all of the comments that have been given today. There've been some very good points raised and some aspects of it that need a little bit of work. So that's one thing we can do. Or if you want it to go to the September board meeting, we could take all the comments that have been made today and just incorporate it into the new document, which what I'm hearing then that would be applied. I think Ben Capel made the point very, very nicely and efficiently, that we basically want to fund the design if the communities want the design, and that we would want local match to be waived for all communities if they want it to be waived.
Or needed, or, you know, if if the improvement is if design is needed.
If needed.
If needed.
Yeah.
There'll be some design needed because you're still going to have to get through your permitting processes, and, you know, even if it's just a sketch with a stamp on it, you're going to need something.
And,
Yes, Mr. Jordan.
yeah, the other was just, you know, some of it, this is more dealing with some of the work product. Some sample specs on the simpler improvements we could just use. In the end, you got to hire someone to do it, and the sample spec for the crosswalk, if it's not incorporated into a larger project, would be helpful. So
I would wonder, I guess, Mr. Safety, with the ODOT safety measures, Matt, I mean, there are some recommendations that are already defined and outlined. I don't know if they're spec level, but there are tools to be implemented.
With any LPA project, which this would be, you
Yes.
have to, can you hear me?
No, I don't think yours is working.
Can you hear me now? Okay. With any LPA project, do you have to abide by either ODOT specs or produce a set of your own that is equal? So we do have specs that in their standard specifications for stuff like small stuff like crosswalks, and that might suffice for what you're talking about. I think Ed May makes a great points. $1 million doesn't go very far anymore. And I think adding it on to a certain project that you already have, you get a lot of bang for your buck doing that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, to that point, and Ed alluded to it, the administrative burden is high when you're dealing with federal grants. And so if you're having a smaller grant, the burden is disproportionate to the funds that you receive. So adding it on and grouping it is the best way to do it.
Just,
Annie, yes.
Of the pathways you mentioned before, I would encourage, this draft is a little bit more detailed for the program than the last time this committee saw it. I think this committee seeing it again with a little bit more detail reflecting, I think this distinction between design and engineering is really important to iron out. And also including some things like anticipated introduction and what a committee process looks like through NOACA's processes leading up to when the funds would be available to a community applying would be really helpful to lay out that pathway so that when this policy goes to the executive committee and the full board, members have an idea of how they can use it. I still feel like it's a little bit hard to understand how a community would use this.
No, actually, that's a really good point, because after the policy would be adopted at this committee, it would then have to go to the Planning and Programming Committee and to the Finance Committee to actually allocate the funds. If it's mid-year, it's a different process. If we incorporated it as part of the upcoming 2027 budget, we can do that as well, and we've got time to do that. So there are a few more steps that have to happen.
Okay, so I guess, was it Annie, you made the first motion? Or who made the first motion now? Brenda? Oh, Matt, sorry. So I guess to Liz, is the right process to amend the motion on the floor?
If you want to be more specific about what you're including, you can.
Okay,
that, yeah.
Matt, would you like?
Well,
to do-
the process clarification, I think, was helpful. I don't think I fully understood that. So just to reiterate what you said, Grace, for my own, and I guess the committee's understanding too, that this would then, after our action here, it would go to the programming and planning committee. And that committee that's where these questions could be resolved at that committee. Is that correct understanding?
No, I think the committee, those questions that we're talking about with local match and with design should be handled here. That next step would be to actually allocate the funds
Got
so
it.
we could begin the program.
Okay. So then it sounds like it should come back to this committee with with these questions answered before we advance it.
That is the one option. Or if you feel confident that we're in agreement on this path forward, you can tell us waive local match, and you can tell us include design, and then we will modify the document based on that motion.
Mr. Jordan?
I make a motion to amend the policy relative to the local match and allow for design to be included as part of the grant program. And that we'll resolve it today, and if we have a vote on it, and we could let it move on from there.
I would amend my motion to reflect Mr. Jordan's comments.
Thank you. Okay, so we've got a revised motion from Matt, Mr. Claypool, second. I think because there's already a motion on the floor. Sorry, Tom.
Okay.
Okay, do we want to, I'm sorry. So how do we do that, Liz? The original motion was by Matt, and I think he was,
Good.
okay,
We'll clean it up in a minute.
okay.
No, it would be.
I think it'll be Matt Moss, and then a second by Mr. Claypool. Okay, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. And I think we'll, if there is an opportunity, Grace, kind of going forward as things get more robust in this policy, into the project, into the program, it would be maybe nice to share with the policy committee before it goes to out in the board packet, just so that everyone's comfortable with it.
Yeah, we will, as soon as we redraft the document based on the input provided today in the motion, we can send out a revised version just so you're comfortable with it before we send it to the executive committee in August.
That'd be great. Thank you. Okay. Next item on our agenda are presentations and discussion items, and today we do not have any. Are there any report or updates that we have not discussed yet today? Okay. We haven't gotten to that yet. That's next. Yes, that's okay. Okay, so next agenda item is old business. This is regards to compliance with the Executive Order 14173, and I will ask Grace to give an intro on it before we go further.
So this item was tabled at the last meeting. At this time, we have the option to take it off the table, take it back up for discussion, or leave it at the table. If we take it back up for discussion, we would recommend that the vote be no, because this committee, in a sense, has relinquished the work on this item to the executive committee and to the full board. So legal counsel is currently working on it. We made that decision at the last board meeting in June. And so at this time, we are working on it. We have taken all of the items that this committee discussed at the last meeting, and we are taking it up with the executive committee, then to the board. So those are your options today. But either of those options, I would recommend lead to this item not being addressed at this committee at this time.
Yes, Mr. Claypool.
Is there an option to simply, I made the motion.
Right.
Is it possible to simply set the motion aside, to take it,
Yes.
take it away? So I didn't, not voting no, I will just rescind the motion. And so we can take it off the table, I can rescind the motion and there's no vote required.
You don't even have to take it off the table.
No, because
You
it was
just leave
tabled.
On the table and then it would die.
Ah, okay.
And so
I-
at the time when you made the motion at our last policy committee, this work was not underway with legal counsel and the executive committee. So since then, it is now their purview. So that's where I think.
Yes,
the-
I
the-
do
we
have
don't
one
to-
question,
Yes.
if you don't mind, though. From a procedural standpoint, it seemed odd to me. The executive committee is subsidiary to the board. The board was never given all the documentation relative to the executive order. The executive order wasn't given, the letter from ODOT wasn't given, and yet the executive committee decided that they were going to handle this and then bring that back to the board. I'm not sure that that's proper. I don't know if that puts us at risk for something, because that should have been a board discussion that the board was going to give it to the executive committee to bring back recommendations. So I don't know if that puts us at liability for some reason. Council can answer that. In any case, I don't want the board or the executive committee to be at risk, and so I'm just raising that question to make sure that we're not, and we can clean it up if not.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any new business? Okay, hearing none. We will go ahead and adjourn. Can I have a motion to adjourn? So move, Tom. Second, Ben. Thank you. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. The motion passed, and we will see you next time. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. The next regular meeting is Friday, October 10th, 2025 at 10 a.m. here at the NOACA offices. Thank you. Thanks, Brenda.
Yeah, I'm.
Okay, there we go. If we could, right now, recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you very much. There is lunch there for those of you that need to grab it. Please go ahead and do so. In compliance with the notification requirements of the Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, the members shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she shall state their intention for the record. For the benefit of the guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off by pressing the button on top of them. So with that being said, I am serving as chair today on behalf of Mayor Brennan. I'll make a motion on the minutes of the April 11, 2025 meeting. That's a motion. Is there a second out there? Thank you. Second by Mayor Mayor Griffin. Yes, Council President Griffin. Any corrections or additions? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, that motion carries. Thank you. Subcommittee updates. I think all of the subcommittees are listed within your packet here and the appropriate updates. Is there anybody who would like to speak on any of the subcommittees? Okay, seeing none. We'll move next to public comment. Has anyone signed in to speak today? We have nobody that signed in today. So we'll move on next to the chair's report.
Only one item, and that is that we have new audio equipment in the room, so bear with us as we try to synchronize it all. So talk directly into the mic. That's the advice. I think that's it. Let you move right into the agenda items.
Okay. Okay, thank you. All right, so the next is state fiscal year 2025 congestion mitigation and air quality project recommendations. And Sarah White, I'm sorry. Sarah?
Good morning. My name is Sarah White. I'm a senior planner with our programming team here at NOACA. And today I'd like to present our recommendations for the state fiscal year 25 CMAQ program. We are asking action to recommend this to the executive committee for placement on the September Board of Directors agenda. And previously, we have presented the applications to our transit, bike and pedestrian, safety operations, business community, rural and emerging leaders councils for review. And we have also presented the applications to the air quality and transportation subcommittees. So a little bit of background about the CMAQ program. The purpose is to advance specifically transportation projects or programs that will help us to improve the national ambient air quality standards in our region. So we're looking at ozone, carbon monoxide, and particulate matter in those pollutants. So the overall program goals are to improve air quality, but also to improve congestion. So this slide shows the amounts of funding that we have received in our region. This is a federal program, but we do coordinate with the other urban areas in Ohio as part of a statewide committee. So in 2025, we have approximately $40 million for our region. And this will be for projects to be implemented in 2030 and 2031. And the CMAQ program is an every other year program. So for our eligible applicants, any qualified government entity, a local government, regional transit agency, port authority, or state agencies. And we also would consider projects that are part of a public-private partnership. And the eligible portions of a project that are available for funding for non-infrastructure activities, we will consider operating costs and procurement costs. And then for infrastructure projects, we'll consider requests for preliminary development, detailed design, right-of-way acquisition, and then, of course, the construction costs. This slide shows the range of projects that are eligible through the CMAQ program. So just a couple examples, regional rideshare and van pool programs are one, public education and outreach, employer-based programs, et cetera. And the numbers associated are point values just based on the type of project and what we could expect to see in terms of true air quality benefit. So when our team is evaluating the applications, there are 9 criteria we look at for up to 100 points. And these criterion were put together by the statewide committee, which does include NOACA as a stakeholder. So first of all, as just referencing the previous slide, we have 10 points available based on the project type. We do look at cost effectiveness. So how much does the project cost versus how much of a reduction we expect to see in the emissions? We have other benefits, which look at safety, freight, fixed route transit, bike and pedestrian, and low income areas or areas of persistent poverty. We do have the 2 largest areas for points are the existing modal level or quality of service, and then what we would expect to see for a positive impact with the implementation of this program. So that's 30 points right there. We also evaluate based on the status of the project. So if the project is ready to go, if it's moving through steps towards development. We evaluate the non-federal match of requested CMAQ funds. We also are able to, as NOACA, the agency, we're able to assign up to 10 points for 4 projects based on regional priority. Our board can take a look at the projects and give 10, 7, 4, and 2 points specifically to 4 projects. And then lastly, there isn't an option if there's any past delivery performance of the project sponsor, we can elect to take away up to 10 points for the project. So for the program, this is where we've been and where we're going. So our project solicitation began in March, and we did hold a virtual workshop April 9th, and then all the applications were due to NOACA on May 2nd. As I noted before, we have presented these applications to several of our advisory councils and subcommittees. And then today we will be asking for your recommendation to send this to the executive committee. We would expect the board of directors to review and take action at their September meeting. And then this would go to the statewide committee for full review against the slate of projects throughout the state of Ohio. So I'm going to go through the projects we are recommending for funding. Just to orient you, we have the county, the sponsor agency who submitted the request, the project name, the total cost, the CMAQ requested, and then what we are recommending for funding. So I'll just briefly go through the projects. The first project we're recommending for funding is a bridge notification system for the bridge in downtown Lorraine. We are recommending funding for GCRTA's bus improvement program, so replacing older buses with newer vehicles. The Ohio Department of Transportation has specifically asked for funding towards their Cuyahoga 90 westbound smart lane. We have a project from Lake Tran to replace dial-a-ride paratransit vehicles with newer vehicles. Excuse me, a traffic signal upgrade project from Independence. And then we also have a second Lake Tran request, which is specifically for their commuter vehicles. The next project we are recommending for funding is the City of Cleveland Moves implementation program. We are also recommending funding for the City of Mentor's traffic management improvements and the Cleveland Metro Parks Lake Trail and Franklin enhancements, additional funding for that project. The next project we are recommending funding for is for Lorain County Transit and their improvement program for their fleet vehicles. We do have a request from Cleveland Heights for the Washington Boulevard multi-use trail that we are requesting funding for, or recommending funding for. And then lastly, we have another project from the City of Cleveland for a pilot program for vehicle electrification for refuse vehicles. I do want to note here that we did have a request to change the scope since the packets were distributed. So what you have in your packet is a little different from what the new request is. The city has requested to include approximately 4 refuse vehicles and no EV charging stations in their application. So just the 4 pilot vehicles. So the total we are recommending for these projects altogether is 40 million, which is right around our budget. We did have a few projects we are not recommending at this time, and they include a portion of a Cleveland project and a Paintsville project as well. So for financial impacts, these projects together will establish our CMAQ budget for 2030 to 2031. So the CMAQ program, again, it's every other year, but it's also looking at projects around 5 years out. There is an opportunity, though, to move projects forward if they are ready. So for our next steps, again, we will be presenting expect to present to the Board of Directors at the September 12th meeting. And then we will convene with our colleagues in Columbus with the statewide committee to review the full statewide slate of projects. And we do expect, if the schedule stays as we believe it will, that the OARC executive directors will give their final approval at their November meeting. So we are asking for your approval to place this item on the executive committee's agenda for placement on the Board of Directors agenda, the state fiscal year 25 CMAQ project recommendations.
Thank you, Sarah. Can I have a motion to put the CMAQ project recommendations? So moved by Ms. Serby, second by Mr. McCormick. Discussion on the item. Question from Mr. Claypool.
Per the conversation in the prior meeting, I'd like to ask a question about how these projects are funded. And I'm seeing a number of projects that if you're taking out 18.4 cents a gallon gas tax, I'm kind of curious how those are funded through those dollars. So
They're funded through the congestion mitigation air quality program. Those are federal funds that do come, as you say, from the 18.4 cents per gallon tax that then is distributed to the states and to the MPOs. Those dollars for air quality are developed and structured based on a formula. The formula uses the parts of a state that are not in, I forgot what they call it, non-attainment for air quality. And so we get a certain amount of dollars for those. Those are deposited at the state level. Then there's a statewide CMAQ committee that takes those dollars and works with the MPOs. There are 8 MPOs that are eligible for this program to select the projects, but the funding is based on formula for the non-attainment areas.
So not to, I'm sure this will get voted for, but I'm going to raise a question here. So you talked about the non-attainment. Our non-attainment is 1 part per billion. 1 part per billion is exceedingly small. And it was done after EPA decided to adjust the goal. And we have our sensors in very questionable locations. We got a sensor in Geauga County on top of a bus garage, which creates VOCs or NOx. And so I'd like to get this board and or the board of NOACA to start thinking more critically on some of these things. I mean, not that I have anything against Lake Tran, but I question having more empty buses driving around Lake County and whether that's actually going to solve the problem. If we're going to solve a problem of air quality, let's really solve the problem and start looking at solutions that are really going to work. So anyway, with that said, that's just a comment.
Thanks. Further questions, comments? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, that motion carries. We'll move on to the next item. State fiscal year enhanced mobility of seniors and individuals with disability, and Lee Telpeck. Lee?
Good morning, everyone, or afternoon now. My name is Leah, and I'll be presenting the 2025 Section 5310 program recommendations to you. Action requested, to recommend this item to the Executive Committee for placement on the September 25 Board of Directors agenda. The state fiscal year 2025 Section 5310 program recommendations. And previous action applications were presented to the Transit Council in May, the Transportation Subcommittee in June, and Business, Community, Rural, and Emerging Leaders Advisory Councils, June 27th. Just some quick background on the program. Section 5310 program provides capital grants for transportation providers of specialized populations, such as public transit agencies, municipalities, private nonprofits, and for-profit companies. This round, we had 2 fiscal year worth of funding because last year we did not hold a Section 5310 round. We were working on our coordinated plan. So we have federal fiscal year 24 and 25 apportionments that equal about $5.2 million. NOACA administration funds is 5% of that. And then any carryover from previous years, which we did have 150,000. So funds to be programmed to these projects is about 5.1 million. We opened the application round on February 14th and it closed on April 11th. We received 21 requests for funding, 2 from transit agencies and 19 competitive application requests from nonprofits, municipalities, for-profits. The 2 transit agency requests equaled $3.8 million. And the 19 competitive application requests equaled $3.1 million. And with that NOACA Planning Administration 5% taken, there is a total of 7.2 million funds this round requested. So just the timeline. When we opened the application, we did our applicant virtual workshop on March 6th. Applications were due April 11th. Then the various councils and subcommittees we presented the applications to. And today we're bringing it to you, Planning and Programming Committee, in hopes to progress it to Executive Committee and then the Board of Directors in September. The evaluation criteria used to score the Section 5310 applications, transit agency needs will be determined based on the type of request, the demonstration of the need, and the specialized population served. And then the competitive applications are evaluated against program criteria up to 100 points. So demonstration of need is 70 points, agency effectiveness is 10 points, and coordination is 20 points. So these are the 2 transit agencies that applied. And in the yellow outline is the recommended funding NOACA staff is recommending for their replacement vehicles. And then these are the competitive applications that we are recommending for funding. I'm not going to go through all of them because there are several. But just to draw your attention to some of the municipalities or nonprofits, for-profits ask for multiple things, which is fine. Like Ace Taxi at the top, you see requested an expansion vehicle or several expansion vehicles, as well as computer hardware or software. So just paying attention to multiple requests. Here are the continued competitive application recommendations. Mostly nonprofits there. And then some municipalities and a nonprofit to end our recommended applicants. We're recommending 2.8 million to be awarded to these applicants. These are the requests that we are not recommending for funding. Various communications equipment. We had a couple this year for monthly subscriptions to certain software, which we felt landed more in the operations funding instead of capital funding. The financial impacts, 5.2 million in FTA funds are available to the Cleveland UCA from the federal fiscal years 2024 and 2025 apportionments, with that additional 150,000 carryover from previous years. And NOACA will retain the 262,000 for administration and planning. We're recommending 2.3 million for the transit projects and 2.8 million for the competitive applications. Next steps, the recommended projects will be presented to Executive Committee on August 8th per this committee's decision, and then hopefully take it to the board on September 12th. So we're asking for this item to be recommended to the Executive Committee for placement on the September 2025 Board of Directors agenda, the state fiscal year 2025 Section 5310 program recommendations.
Okay, thank you, Leah. Can I have a motion? Thanks, Mr. Cunningham. Can I have a second on the motion? Thank you, Mr. Exley. Any discussion on the item? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, that motion carries. Thank you. We'll move on to the next item. Sarah Stanzi. Sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sarah Stanzi. I'm a Water Quality Planner 1 here at NOACA, and today I will be presenting our Geauga County 5-year Facility Planning Area, or FPA, Boundary and Prescriptions Update. We are requesting that this item is recommended to the Executive Committee for placement on the September 2025 Board of Directors agenda. That's our Geauga County 5-year update. This item was recommended by the Water Quality Subcommittee as well. So just to give an overview of our 5-year countywide FPA updates, NOACA staff initiates these updates. As an area-wide water quality management agency, NOACA is contracted by the Ohio EPA to maintain current and accurate wastewater FPA maps for its 5-county region. NOACA staff engages the designated management agencies, or DMAs, of each county once every 5 years on a rotating schedule for the 5 NOACA counties as an opportunity to review FPA maps for any needed updates and to keep FPA information current. This process requires primary DMAs, and in this update, we also required secondary DMAs to formally review, approve, and sign off on any FPA boundary or prescription updates. NOACA also notifies affected jurisdictions of any proposed modifications to ensure transparency. So here's a quick summary of our process with Geauga County. In January 2025, we began meeting weekly with the Geauga County Department of Water Resources, or GCDWR. We reviewed parcel level updates that they organized by jurisdiction in a series of spreadsheets. We engaged Geauga County first because the Geauga County FPA is the largest FPA in Geauga County, and so After we worked with them and we understood the key update areas, we held a kickoff meeting with the other DMAs in Geauga County. We presented our 5-year update proposals, our process, our methods, and our goals. And then we met individually with interested DMAs to gather input and additional updates. Next, we distributed FPA review maps along with our acknowledgement of map accuracy forms to the DMAs so they could verify and sign off on the proposed updates. And now with all of the feedback incorporated and agreement on all proposed updates, we finalized those updates and prepared and combined them for NOACA board approval. So just some background and specifics on the Geauga County update. There are 7 FPAs in Geauga County spanning 21 jurisdictions. And in May 2025, we began distributing the FPA review maps to the DMAs and affected jurisdictions for their review, comment, and approval. We received feedback from Geauga County, Chagrin Falls Village, the City of Aurora, and Bainbridge Township on our proposed updates. Again, all primary and secondary DMAs in Geauga County are in agreement and they signed off on the proposed updates that we are bringing before you today. I did also want to note that the Geauga County Commissioners acknowledged receipt and accepted the Geauga County 5-year Facility Planning Area Boundary and Prescriptions update during session on June 24th, 2025. So moving on to our maps, attachment 1 shows the current FPA boundaries and prescriptions in Geauga County. So this is what we started with. And then through several GIS processes with feedback and all of our meetings and updates, we have now the proposed FPA boundaries and prescriptions as attachment 2. We are proposing updates to over 1,500 parcels. We summarized the updates by jurisdiction in your packet for today's meeting. We also posted a parcel level update list to the NOACA website. And these are the countywide maps, but we also have jurisdictional maps available by request. So looking back and analyzing our process with these updates, our FPA boundaries and prescriptions will now reflect current sewer service and availability, which will streamline the need for future individual FPA modification requests. This process also allows primary and secondary DMAs, as well as affected jurisdictions to provide feedback. And through these processes, we continue to enhance and broaden our use of GIS. As for our lessons learned, as we have discussed, the Geauga County Department of Water Resources developed a parcel level spreadsheet that tracked the updates at the parcel level, which was extremely helpful and expedited our process significantly. So we are presenting this as a best management practice when possible for DMAs and their 5-year updates. Holding a kickoff meeting helped us engage the DMAs, but we believe in the future affected jurisdictions should also be invited as well so that everyone is on the same page. And we plan to hold a final report out meeting with the DMAs and affected jurisdictions to learn what worked well, what might work better in the future, and to answer any remaining questions about the update. We also found that requesting updated sewer line data from jurisdictions prior to the update helps us with our initial research and review. And reviewing any available plans also helps us understand future trends and therefore what the appropriate prescriptions should be. So for our next steps, as always, following NOACA board approval, we will submit the countywide updates to the Ohio EPA for certification by the governor and transmit copies of the resolution to the appropriate agencies. And again, today we are requesting that this item is recommended to the executive committee for placement on the September 2025 Board of Directors agenda. That's our Geauga County 5-year update. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. Can I have a motion to approve the Geauga County 5-year facility planning area boundary and prescriptions update? Mary Serby, is there a second? Mr. Hajar, thank you, or Engineer Hajar. Any questions or comments on the item? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to presentations and discussions. We have none. No information. Reports or updates. State fiscal year 2026 NOACA Tribunal Fund Project Monitoring Report was included in the packet. I don't know if there's a presentation on it. So it's within your packet if you'd like to review that. Is there any old business? Seeing none. Any new business? Seeing none. Okay, that was great. All right, I appreciate it, and I'll take a motion to adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
Seconded. Anybody want to second that? Jamie Verosa, thank you very much. All right, thank you. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, that motion carries. Enjoy the rest of the day. Oh,
I think that might be a record.
next meeting will be Friday, October 10th at 11:30. So thanks again. Good at right one.
if we can, to recite the Pledge of Allegiance. All right. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during these meetings will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intentions for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into a microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off by pressing the button on the top of them. Okay, and I think meeting minutes, we have none because this is a special meeting. Okay, and is there any public comment? Don't think I see any. Anybody sign in? All right. If no, we'll move on to the next agenda item. Any executive directors report for the purpose of this? Nope.
No, just thank you all for being here on a beautiful Friday afternoon.
Yeah. Nice day today.
Sure you will enjoy the ride home.
Yeah. President's items, I'll just reflect, Grace and I were talking about Superman. I hope you all get out to see it sometime in the next few days, and she said it was great.
Yeah, it was great. There was a private screening last night and lots of scenery of Cleveland, but the movie itself is really good too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, get out and see it, all right? Okay, and I think we're going for the special meeting to go into executive session. I'm going to read just a second here. Can I have a motion for the executive committee to adjourn to the executive session pursuant to ORC 121.22G1 to consider the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, or compensation of a public employee or official, or the investigation of charges or complaints against a public employee? Can I have a motion? Thank you, Commissioner Riddell. Can I have a second? Thank you, Trustee Brandon. And we will roll call this, Brenda.
Mike Culp. Jeff Brandon. Commissioner Dvorak. Commissioner Riddell. County Executive Romaine.
Aye.
It's unanimous.
Okay, unanimous. We will move to exec session, I think, in the other room, right? Yep. Thank you, and thank you, team. Aye. Okay, what do I do next, Brenda? Okay, so I just want to say thank you, Grace, for our exchange, and I wanted to just, should I note the new schedule for executive committee and governance? Did you already do that?
No, I
Or-
just told Liz, but
Okay.
I should announce it.
For the record, we have a movement of dates in August of the governance committee meeting will be moving to the 27th of August, Wednesday, the 27th at
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock in the morning. And then the executive committee, we will move from the previously scheduled August 8th date to the 27th at 11 o'clock. Okay, if that's all in accord, and we'll make sure we check with two other members here. But thank you. Do we have any old business to attend to? Nope. All right. Do we have any new business other than it's Friday and 3 o'clock and enjoy your weekends? All right. Then do I have a motion to adjourn? So moved by Commissioner DeVore. Do I have a second? Commissioner Riddell? And all in favor? Aye, that's a wrap. Thank you, gentlemen. Thanks, everybody. Thanks,
Thank you.
Grace. Thanks, Brenda. All right. I've got to go. I'm going to a, it's the, what is it, Waterfront Development Corporation's.
Yeah, before you go, they have a
or
meeting.
that